minutes. Are there corrections to the minutes of August 10th? Announcement. On Monday, August 24th, there will be a 1-hour combined courtesy public hearing on Council Bills 836, 837, and 842 regarding proposed charter changes. Councilman Hines, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank all of you who are politically engaged or have recently become more politically engaged and who have contacted my office lately or been quoted in the press. Our democracy is stronger if we all participate. I also want to thank so many of you who are speaking on behalf of you, your family, or your community. I agree with you. We are in a movement now that says we should all have a chance to succeed in our country. I do want to give you a gentle nudge. As you on behalf of one group of people, consider your message. It's a bad look when you ask me to be sensitive to others while in the same breath are insensitive to people like me. Just as the 2020 Democratic National Convention is starting today, the 2008 Democratic National Convention here in Denver is when I lost my ability to stand at all. Your message of anti-discrimination of one community will be stronger if your message doesn't contain discrimination of another community. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to recognize that last night we experienced some pretty devastating events on Federal Boulevard. 3 young people lost their lives. 5 more went to the hospital with injuries. Councilman Clark and I are in communication with various car clubs through our office, Denver Police, and community and neighborhood who want to respond to this in a way that supports families and young people at a time when we recognize intensity is high along the corridor. So we'll be reaching out via social media for future ways for interested community members to participate in connecting with some of the other youth violence networks that are taking place throughout the city. But please recognize that we understand how intense and troublesome all of this news is, particularly for the families who are now mourning young people who they've lost and folks who have been injured. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Torres, and we pray for those families and justice for those who were injured in hospital. We're sorry to hear that. We're dealing with a lot of violence throughout the city and want to be responsive to the families and the victims for sure. Seeing no other council members having announcements, we'll move on. There are no presentations, there are no communications. We have 2 proclamations this evening. The first one is sponsored by Councilmember Seda Baca, honoring the life of Isabella Fallis. Councilmember Seda Baca, will you please read Proclamation 840?
Whereas Isabella Joy Fallis was born on June 8, 1999, and had a very exciting and promising future. She was 21 years plus 1 day when on June 10th at 11:05 a.m., without warning or reason, she was gunned down in broad daylight by a complete stranger. Isabella was the victim of a senseless act of gun violence, and hers was a beautiful life taken too soon. One more life and one more reason that AR-15s and their ammunition should not be readily available to civilians. Whereas Isabella is survived by her mother, Ana Hernandez Fallis, Lucia Fallis, and Jacob Hernandez, and by her father, Joshua Fallis. And whereas Isabella was a founding was honored by the Denver Optimist Club with the Booker T. Washington Award of Excellence for outstanding academic achievement. And whereas Isabella continued from Highland Academy to Cherry Creek High School, where she as a freshman, she excelled on the varsity gymnastics team and continued as a varsity cheerleader. She was also an active member of Cherry Creek High School's debut team. And whereas Isabella continued her education at Metro State University, where she was majoring in finance, she was recognized by Metro State University as for her outstanding academic performance and for her deep commitment to service, integrity, and scholarship, and an honor bestowed on less than 10% of all eligible students nationwide. Isabella was recognized for positively influencing her campus and the local community every day. Whereas Isabella was selected to model for Denver Fashion Week for 3 consecutive years and was an integral part of the urban fashion community of Denver. She was employed by Mexico City Restaurant in the heart of Denver in District 9. Whereas Isabella was a lifelong member of Church in the City, Beth Abraham, where she was baptized by Pastor Mike Walker. Isabella loved the underdog. She was compassionate, funny, and always had a kind word for those who were hurting. And whereas Isabella was developing her love for gardening, some of her favorite plants were jasmine, gardenia, stargazer, sweet potato vines, and too many others to list. She was cultivating her interest in flower beds and raised gardens where she planned to grow her favorite plants. And on August 21st, 2020, a bench and a plaque will be dedicated in Isabella's memory at the park located at 17th and Park Avenue. Isabella's family would like this to become a space of healing for all families grieving for the loss of loved ones due to gun violence. Whereas Isabella family, loved ones, and friends will miss her every moment of every day. They long for the day when they will see her again, and until then, they will move forward one step at a time, one day at a time. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Council of the City and County of Denver that the City and County of Denver honors the life and memory of Isabella Joy Dallas. That the clerk of the City and County of Denver shall fix the seal of the City and County of Denver to this proclamation, and that a copy be transmitted to Isabella's mother, Anna Hernandez Dallas, and her grandmother, Lisa Hernandez. Thank you. I move that proclamation 20-0847 be adopted. Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to thank the family, the Ellis family, for being here today. Our sympathies are with you, and we are working hard to make sure that this never happens in our city again. We hope that this space is a place for you and your family to go and remember the good times, and we hope that the rest of you all can enjoy this park and use it as a reminder for what we're fighting for. All of you are here today to fight for a city that doesn't need guns, and nobody needs to have them. And so we want this park to be a place where we can go and remember that and grow that dream for ourselves in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Cedarbaca? Aye. Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines? Cashman?
Aye.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega? Aye. Sandoval? Aye. Sawyer? Aye. Torres?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Madam President,
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
13 ayes.
13 ayes, proclamation 847 has been adopted. We have 5 minutes for the proclamation acceptance. Councilmember Cedarbaca will start the 5-minute timer. Please introduce who you'd like to accept this property.
So this might get a little bit complicated. Would you guys like to speak? If you don't want to, it's perfectly fine.
Sure, I'll speak, sure.
Okay, you can come up and address the room. And I will come down so that we can hear you up front. So you can come up to the microphone.
Hello, can you see yourself?
Get it down just a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is my first time doing this. I'm nervous. I am before the city council with a broken, humble heart on behalf of my fallen daughter, Isabella Joy Fellis. You have pretty much read her eulogy and what I've written, so I'm going to get to the heart of my speech. My daughter, Isabella, was gunned down at 11 a.m. for just being an ordinary citizen, a nobody that came from nothing, just a girl that I raised. At 11 a.m., while walking with her boyfriend a day and a half after her 21st birthday, she was killed by an AR-15 over a magazine and a half that was unloaded on her. She was approximately 102 pounds and 5'6". My daughter did not stand a chance whatsoever. We thank God that Darian made it out alive and okay. But what gave that man that right to have that gun and that ammunition? It is not okay. I want to give some insight on the AR-15. It was developed in the 1950s as an Armalite rifle. Due to the lack of sales, the design and gun was sold to Colt in 1959. 1963, the U.S. military selected Colt to manufacture the automatic rifle, which soon became standard issue for U.S. troops in the Vietnam War. It was known as the M16. With that success, it had been marked as the AR-15. The NRA estimated some million AR-15s in its variation are in circulation at this moment. It is so popular in the US that they say that AR should stand for America's rifle. As Isabella's mother, I refuse to let her tragic death go down in vain with no purpose. She was a natural-born leader, innovator, influencer, brilliant, and had a firm foundation in her beliefs in which she was raised. Isabella saw no color in anyone. Her boyfriend was half African-American. Isabella and our family, we see the intent of the heart. That is what matters in people. We may not be able to control the people that have these guns, but we can control the guns that are in the hands of these people. Under no circumstances should civilians be able to acquire assault rifles, period. And if they do, then take away the ammunition. They have nothing to shoot. With that being said, I'm going to move forward to do everything I can for gun laws. But for now, we mourn Isabella with a park. And I thank you. And I thank the council members, all of them. I thank the city and county of Denver, Denver Parks and Recreation, Scott Gilmore, all of the amazing workers have worked so hard to build an amazing park for Isabella, but not just her, but all the victims that have fallen to gun violence in this city. And not just this city, but in the United States. This is not right. And it has got to stop somewhere, some way, somehow. When will we be safe? We can't even walk our dogs in the morning anymore. I implore you to search your hearts, to somehow find it within you, to change these laws, to take these things, to keep our youth alive, to stop the racism in the country and the hate. If that had been done, my daughter wouldn't be here, and so would all of these youth that we've lost. I thank you for your time and for your support. Thank you.
And we appreciate sincerely your strength and your share of your pain for grief during this time. I understand how hard that can be, not as a mother, but as a family member who has lost someone. And I appreciate you being here tonight to not only honor your daughter's memory, but the work that we have going forward together as a community and keeping her memory alive and changing how our society especially is interacting with each other, but then also with our gun laws. Thank you again for sharing your grief and honoring us tonight with you being here, and most definitely honoring your daughter.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda, we have a proclamation that is honoring Alan Delalas for his many years of service to the city of Denver. Councilman Flynn, would you please read Proclamation 848?
Yes, Madam President. Before I do, I'm just very moved and gut punched by that presentation. And can I ask just for 30 seconds of silence before we move on to a proclamation that has a much different tone? I think that's only appropriate. I'd like to ask that, please.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't actually counting. I was actually thinking of that horrific day. I appreciate your indulgence. This is Proclamation 20-848, honoring Alan Delalas for his 33 years of service to the city and county of Denver. A lot of folks are watching this on Channel 8, as they may have been doing for many years. And Alan has spent his career developing this capability, and he's leaving us after a long career. Whereas Alan Delalas began his public service with the city and county of Denver on April 1, 1987, as a TV and video producer and programmer under the auspices then of the Denver City Council, and in 2004 was promoted to senior television and video producer for Denver 8 TV, collaborating with his team in support of sharing public information to promote government transparency and share community stories. And whereas in 2006, Alan became Denver 8 TV's marketing and public relations administrator, and in 2015 became products and services manager, building strong relationships with other city and regional leaders, as well as with industry professionals, always showing high regard for his peers, with his masterful ability to communicate well thought out messaging on behalf of the city. And whereas Alan amplified his participation around telecom and legislative matters, and in February of 2018, Alan moved into his current position as the telecommunications and legislative manager for Denver Marketing and Media Services, and each year contributed his experience and hands-on support for the National Association of Telecommunications and Advisors Conferences. And whereas Alan is an accomplished professional and a collaborative team member and established leader who invested and supported the career development of many others. Whereas Alan was elected last year as president of the Colorado Communications and Utility Alliance, which engages on telecommunications issues, cable franchising, rights-of-way management, and utility matters, establishing best practices around the use of public, educational, and government video channels, closed captioning, and social media strategies. And whereas Alan also managed the city's video coverage of the Denver Summit of the Eight in 1997, and was the point person on coverage of the 2008 Democratic National Convention. And whereas Alan helped to shape public access services and was integral in managing the day-to-day build of the Denver Community Media Center scheduled to open at the beginning of January 2021. And whereas Alan has been a champion of the democratic process by his dedication to providing election coverage through the Denver Decides programming, a partnership of the League of Women Voters, Inter-Neighborhood Cooperation, and Denver 8 TV to inform voters on the candidates' issues and voting process. This includes candidate forums and introductions, forums on the important issues, and a ballot program explaining the pros and cons of each issue. And whereas after serving the citizens of Denver for more than 33 years, Alan is retiring on August 31st, 2020, and is ready to spend time with his wife, Deb, at their place in the mountains. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Council of the City and County of Denver, Section 1, the Council of the City and County of Denver hereby recognizes and honors the service of Alan Delalos and his combined service of more than 33 years to the citizens of the City and County of Denver. And Section 2, that the clerk of the City and County of Denver shall attest and affix the seal of the City and County of Denver seal to this proclamation, and that a copy shall be delivered to Alan Delalos.
Thank you, Councilman Flynn. Your motion to adopt?
Madam President, I move that Proclamation 20-848 be adopted.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council? Councilman Flynn?
Thank you. I'll just be really brief, having known Alan for, well, I guess since he started with the city. I know Councilwoman Ortega will remember that too. The City Council used to run the cable television franchise and the Channel 8 that came under City Council back in the day. And Alan came in as a youngin. I don't know, what color was his beard? Maybe he'll tell us what color his beard was at the time. But every viewer of Denver TV, Denver 8 TV will recognize Alan. And I believe they will miss him. They will miss his summaries, they will miss his introductions, they'll miss his programming, they'll miss his marketing. And I think we will miss him as much as that, if not more, because we've come to rely on Denver 8 under his leadership and his guidance. And I know that, as the proclamation said, the folks that he nurtured into leadership and mentored will carry the ball forward and keep us going into the future, whatever telecom may bring. With that, Madam President, if any other members want to say anything, that'd be welcome, but I can't wait to hear from Alan.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilman. Up next, we have Councilman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'd like to ask that my name be added to the proclamation. I've known Alan for quite some time, and as a matter of fact, he and I had been talking about doing the proclamation, then I realized that Councilman Flynn was working on it. I actually asked them if they would put together from Channel 8 a synopsis of the last, I think next year is a 35-year anniversary that Channel 8 will have been in existence. So to do just kind of a snapshot and to try to tie that into one of our Imagine 2020 nights so that it can capture highlights that have existed over that time. I mean, how many, mayors have served during that time, some of the milestone things that have occurred within our city. So when the franchise agreement originally came into place, it was under Mile High Cable. And Hiawatha Davis was actually one of the investors in the whole thing. And he was a councilman and he had to divest from being able to, participate. But a lot of changes took place. We now have 2 franchise companies, Comcast and CenturyLink, and Channel 8 airs on both of those. So people get to watch our city affairs on both of those companies so that people are up to speed on what's going on within the city. Ellen has done an amazing job in shaping the team of people that make up the staff at Channel 8 and have just taken the organization to tremendous levels, have received numerous awards for the work that they've done in local government. And I just want to thank him for his 33 years of service and really wish you all the best, Alan, as you sail off into the sunset in the mountains to enjoy your retirement, but really, appreciate all the work that you've done in making sure that the public gets to know what's going on within city government. The fact that people can pull up archives, council meetings, all of that kind of stuff to just share with them the incredible work that happens within our city on a day in and day out basis. So I wish you the best of luck and thank you, family, for having shared you with all of us these last 33 years. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Clark.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to add my congratulations to Alan and my thanks. I remember just over 5 years ago, the first time I met Alan, when I was terrified out of my mind, facing a debate with 8 opponents running for the District 7 seat at Cameron Church, and there were all kinds of fancy cameras and all kinds of people in the audience, and I remember meeting Alan. He said some very nice things to me to help, I think, keep me from passing out on Channel 8 at the time, and I'll take that with me. That and all of the other little moments that came here and there. Most of the time in what we do, Channel 8 is behind the wall, but every once in a while there will be events that they're not, and it's always so fun to see everyone doing their work. And Alan, what you've done for our city through Channel 8 and for transparency of government is really unparalleled, and you will be missed, and we appreciate you, but congratulations as you move into retirement. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Cashman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I won't repeat what the proclamation of my colleagues have said. I just want to thank Alan so much. You're a consummate professional. You've created a true community asset with Channel 8 and letting people be aware of what's going on in their city government. Thank you, and wish you well in your retirement. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. And I'll just circle it up here. Al.
Stacy, you're frozen.
Okay.
There she goes.
Am I back? Okay, all right, well, I won't repeat everything I said. It's saying my internet connection is a little unstable, so just happy retirement, Alan, and look forward to your next adventures. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Flynn.
Aye.
Herndon.
Aye.
Hines.
Aye.
Cashman.
Aye.
Knich? Aye. Ortega? Aye. Sandoval? Aye. Sawyer? Aye. Torres?
Aye.
Black? Aye. Sitawaka? Aye. Clark?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
13 ayes.
13 ayes, proclamation 848 has been adopted. We have 5 minutes for a proclamation acceptance. Councilmember Flynn will start the timer, and I see we've got Alan up here, so.
Yes, we do, Madam President. Councilman Ortega will remember this, but council committees used to meet at 4:55. And Councilman Clark, the cameras were in that little room packed with like 30 people at a time. And so it was most unpleasant. Alan probably remembers that. But I would like to bring up Alan Delalos, who actually reminds me that last week, looks like he could be Pat Kennedy's younger brother. Alan, help us out here.
Okay, well, I appreciate the effort that went into making this proclamation and the time spent doing it. And I really appreciate all of you, because one of the things that has been so important to me is the fact that it's really important for the residents of our city to know how accessible everyone is. Each council member is just like your neighbor. And we want to try to bring that and the work that you do into everyone's home and share that accessibility with you all. And so I just appreciate the times that I've spent and the time that I've been able to work with Denver 8. And as you can see, I'm much different when I have to appear on camera as in a professional role than just speaking. But to Kevin's point about the color of the beard, it was probably more like the paneling on the wall behind you all. And as far as a specific memory from a time of importance in our city, I remember spending a few nice minutes with Debbie Ortega at the grand opening of what is now DIA. At the time, who knew what was going to all happen? It was snowing and cold and frosty, and planes were landing and people were getting off, and we had a crew out there, and it was great fun. It just was one of those times that I was able to spend. And I remember sitting around the table with Kevin Flynn, sort of, not too closely, because we want to keep that separation of press and government different, but having good times there. And Mr. Cashman, of course, in the neighborhood where I live, and his office was there, and I ran into him at coffee shops and discuss our election coverage from time to time. It's all great, and I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to get to know the rest of you all as well, but I do have a clear memory of the Cameron Church event with our District 7, which is the district I live in, election back in the day. It was a big event and important to maintain that coverage of elections as we go forward. So I just want to take a minute to thank you all very much for this recognition. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Alan, and we'd love to give you a round of applause in your retirement, so thank you. Wonderful. Well, thank you, Alan, and I hope your next chapter is lots of fun and a little bit more rest, I'm sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next up, Madam Secretary, please read the bills for introduction.
A City Council Direct File 2836, a bill for an ordinance submitting to a vote of the qualified and registered electors of the City and County of Denver at a special municipal election to be held in conjunction with the coordinated election of November 3rd, 2020. Proposed amendment to the charter of the city and county of Denver to create a nominating commission for the city attorney. 2837, a bill for an ordinance submitting to a vote of the qualified and registered electors of the city and county of Denver at a special.
Who is that then? I'm sorry.
To be held in conjunction with the coordinated election of November 3rd, 2020. A proposed amendment to the charter of the city and county of Denver, granting the Denver City Council appointment power over the independent monitor and to remove an exception from career service for monitor employees.
Talking to somebody in our office.
2842, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the vote of the qualified and registered electors of the city and county of Denver at a special municipal election to be held in conjunction with the coordinated election of November 3rd, 2020. A proposed amendment to the charter of the city and county of Denver, creating a peace force that will replace the police force. For Finance and Government Committee, 2017.
Well, that's what I really think.
Ordinance establishing a new fund and new grants and other money projects for the Central Branch Library Renovation Program. 2781, a bill for an ordinance amending section 27164 of the Denver Revised Municipal Code to add additional obligations for the Housing Stability Strategic Advisors when creating the 3 to 5 year strategic plan. 2782, a bill for an ordinance increasing the sales and use tax by a rate of 0.25% and dedicating the revenue derived from the tax rate increase to fund housing, shelter, and services for persons experiencing or having exited homelessness, subject to the approval of the voters at a special municipal election to be conducted in coordination with the state general election on November 3rd, 2020. From Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure, 2711, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for 2535 through 2545 East Asbury Avenue and University Park. 2716, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for 755 Lafayette Street and Country Club. From Safety, Housing, Education, and Homelessness, 2699, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed restated intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Denver and Colorado Metropolitan Certification Board for Joint Professional Firefighter Certification. 2759, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed contract between the City and County of Denver and the State of Colorado, Department of Human Services, Office of Behavioral Health, and the Jail-Based Behavioral Health Services Program.
Thank you, Council Secretary. Council members, this is your last opportunity to call out an item. Councilman Clark, will you make the motions for us this evening?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. Next up, I'll do a recap. Under resolutions, Councilmember Sawyer has called out resolution 774 for questions. Councilmember Ortega has called out resolutions 767, 844, 845 for a vote. And Councilmember Hines has called out resolution 829 for questions. Under bills for introduction, Councilmember Hines has called out bill 759 for questions. Councilmember Sadabaca, Flynn, Herndon have called out bill 836 for a vote, and Councilmembers Flynn and Herndon have called out bills 837 and 842 for a vote. Under bills for final consideration, no items have been called out. Under pending, no items have been called out. First up is Council Resolution 774. Councilmember Sawyer, please go ahead with your comments on Council Resolution 774.
Thanks so much. There are actually questions and comments. Is there someone from Dottie? I think, is Jason in the house? Fantastic. So when this went through committee, we had a couple of questions about the financing, and I actually was a little bit concerned and voted for it not to move forward. And there was some discussion and some changes made, which I very much appreciate. And Jason, if you want to just maybe tell us a little bit more about that, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Sawyer, for the question and the comment. Essentially, there was a lot of concern around the financing as we're going forward. There's going to be some, obviously the economy is not running at full cylinders like normally. We don't know what the future holds. And these are tax revenues that come across as through the bond. And because of that, we were a little concerned if we move forward and we just build it the way we intended to build it, then we might come to a point where we run out of money and the convention center is no longer a viable asset that's able to be used at the moment. So what we did is we created a phased approach with Adam Phipps and his team were able to create a phased approach. So what we're doing is the first $135 million that we have on hand, we will be doing certain changes to the convention center that will allow us, if we are not getting our bond money like we intend for the tax revenues that we expect, then it will allow us to be able to stop building, open the convention center up with that $135 million worth of improvements and utilize the convention center as is. Now, if the scenario is the other direction and we do have the money that's there to continue to build and the convention center will come out as we showed everybody in committee and therefore. So hopefully that answers what you're getting at, Councilwoman Sawyer. And if you have any other questions, please let us know. We have a whole team here.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. So just to kind of back up and catch everyone up who wasn't able to watch committee that day or wasn't a part of the biz committee conversation. So the way the initial proposal, the initial phasing was going to happen with this proposal, the convention center project was going to be built in such a way that and Adam, correct me if I'm messing this up, okay? Because you're the expert on this one. So the way that the original proposal was supposed to be done, phase one, which was going to be paid for out of the 2C bonds, or the 2C tax revenue, and also out of a special fund that had been created by the hotels downtown that were taxing themselves to pay for this through, I believe it was Visit Denver. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brendan, on that one.
Sorry, just needed to unmute. So, right, it's a twofold financing structure. One is the COP, Certificate of Participation. The second is bonds generated or supported by 2C revenues. The structure that's currently being leveraged is the COPs, and they are funded by 3 revenue streams. The first is seat tax. The second is Colorado Convention Center Hotel Authority excess revenues. And then the third part is the Tourism Improvement District. Those 3 revenues are combined together to support the COP.
Awesome. Thank you so much for clarifying. Okay, perfect. So, my concern was, and my question for you at committee was, what happens if we get to the end of 2021, we get to the end of phase one, and our economy hasn't rebounded enough for us to move to and pay for phase two? So not what happens now, right? But what happens in 2022. And so I really appreciate you guys going back and reworking the project so that we have a different option that gives us the flexibility to be able to use the asset in 2022 to earn revenue to then pay for phase two in 2023 if we need to. So can you just explain, maybe clarify that a little bit more? Because I think Jason and I, because we had a conversation about this earlier today and we understand what's going on, we skipped over some of the kind of specifics that I think people probably need to understand a little bit better. So if we can just maybe back up and explain that part a little more clearly, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman, this is Adam Phipps, Deputy City Engineer for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. I can add a little bit more detail there. When it comes to a vertical renovation or expansion of a facility, there's really two main impacts to the existing facility itself. The first is the structure, and the second is the major utility connections. And so recognizing the time that we're in today and the volatility of the revenue source, what we did was we worked with the general contractor, with Hensel Phelps, with the resolution that's here in front of you tonight, to come up with a phasing plan that allows us to get the structural components in place and those key utility connections in place prior to us expending the entirety of that $135 million that is accessible to us today. So in the event we did have to pause, the facility as it exists today would maintain 100% functionality, and we'd also preserve our ability to continue the expansion project once that revenue comes back into place.
That is fantastic. I just want to give you guys a shout out for your willingness to rework that contract in a different way to make that happen. I think that that is a much more responsible choice for us in terms of not obligating the general fund if we need to, you know, if for some reason the economy doesn't bounce back in the way that we hope that it does. So thank you very much for doing that. Thank you. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next up, we have Councilman Flynn with a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I just wanted to thank Councilwoman Sawyer for bringing that up, and I wanted to ask one additional question that my briefing after the committee meeting, I think, forward, maybe Brendan is the best one to handle this, but the funding from 2C and from the Convention Center Hotel and the Tourism District has been accumulating so that there is a fund that holds a substantial portion of this funding so that as we go through 2020, which is a disaster, frankly, from arts and venues standpoint and from a hotel standpoint and visitor standpoint, we get to a point, Adam and Jason explained to me that should we get to phase one and not be able to continue, that the convention center can still be used and the improvements, while they couldn't be used, would be stabilized. So we wouldn't be faced with similar to what we're faced with Great Hall at the airport, where we can't complete things that we actually say we need to have to function at the airport. Is that, can you verify that that is the case, Brendan, as far as funding?
Councilman, in terms of funding, you are correct. Those three revenue streams that I just described before, we set up individual accounts for them and then set a reserve in each of those accounts to make sure that we have coverage for any revenue volatility.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the next item. Council President.
I have one.
Oh, you do. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Ortega.
Sorry, my hand was raised. I had it up and then I put it down and back
Go
up.
ahead.
So I just wanted to ask Brendan if you could remind us what the value of the COPs is that's being issued for the project.
I believe the transaction was for $129 million worth of proceeds.
Okay, and Adam, you shared with us that the actual addition is being used as collateral on the, for the COPs, right? So we're obligating the entire asset because it's over obligating if we try to use the whole thing. Okay, thank you. No other questions.
All right, doing one last look. All right, no hands raised. Next up, Council Resolution 767. Councilman Clark, will you please put Council Resolution 767 on the floor for adoption?
Yes, Madam President, I move that Council Resolution 767 be adopted.
It has been moved and seconded. Thank you. Comments by members of council on Resolution 767. Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I called this out because this is a $10 million contract, and we've been working on our revised MWBE ordinance for almost 3 years. It's already been adopted. Agencies all knew that it was coming forward, and part of that commitment was that we were going to break down contracts so that we would create the opportunity for more small businesses across our city to be able to participate and do business with the city. And this one doesn't do that, so I called it out to vote no. I don't know that Sky wants to address this and explain why we did not break this out. I know some of these, you know, it takes a while to go through the whole RFP process, but you know, we've had a few that we've been told, oh, this was in the works before the ordinance came forward. But the fact that we've been working on the ordinance for 3 years and everybody knew what was coming forward, some of the projects actually factored that in to the RFP and to the contracting process. So I would just ask why this one was not broken out.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I believe we have Elizabeth Hughes, who's on the phone to answer your question.
Yeah, this is Elizabeth Hughes. I am a procurement analyst for the City and County of Denver. Part of this, as this is a goods only master purchase order or contract, with the established aggregate of being over $10 million, it did not qualify for the defined pool or goals program. And this.
Help me understand why not, because I know we have minority businesses and that could have participated in the process, and small businesses who own and manage parking lots that could have, you know, done a portion of this. So I guess I don't understand that thinking.
This is for janitorial goods only. It is not for services. So it's just to supply the goods.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm mixing this up with the parking one. Sorry, it was an earlier conversation I had with Jason, but you're right. So it's the supplier one.
Yeah, and we did this because if we did break it up, there will be significant price increases in the products that we currently buy. And also the logistics of breaking up 100+ items would be extremely difficult to manage and to administer all of those contracts.
Do we know what kind of price savings we get by doing this as one contract as opposed to breaking it out?
Off the top of my head, I do not know the actual pricing, the difference. I do know that we are receiving aggressive pricing because of our volume, and our volume is being combined with the state of Colorado agreement.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I have no other questions.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no other questions from members of council, Madam Secretary, roll call on resolution 767.
Ortega.
No.
Sandoval.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Torres. Black.
Aye.
Sitabaca. Aye. Clark.
Aye.
Flynn.
Aye.
Herndon.
Aye.
Hines.
Aye.
Cashman.
Aye.
Kinich.
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes, 1 nay.
12 ayes. Resolution 767 has been adopted. The next items up are council resolutions 844 and 845. Councilmember Clark, will you please put council resolutions 844 and 845 on the floor for adoption?
Yes, Madam President, I move that council resolution 844 and 845 be adopted in one.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council on resolutions 844 and 845. Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. These are two of our claims, and I was not around when the explanation was provided, which typically happened in mayor council. So I have no background knowledge on either one of these, so I'm going to abstain from the vote.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Secretary, roll call on resolutions 844 and 845, please.
Ortega.
Abstain?
Sandoval. Sawyer.
Abstain.
Torres.
Aye.
Black.
Aye.
Sitabaca. No. Clark.
Aye.
Flynn.
Aye.
Herndon.
Aye.
Hines.
Abstain.
Cashman.
Aye.
Kinich.
Aye.
Ortega. Sorry, Sandoval. Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
3 abstentions, 1 nay, 9 ayes.
9 ayes. Resolutions 844 and 845 have been adopted. The next item up is Council Resolution 829. Councilmember Hines, please go ahead with your questions on Council Resolution 829.
So that was the city's general.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a direct file, so the City Intelligence Committee, I just have a few questions about the panel of arbiters or arbitrators, excuse me. And considering we are just wrapping up the EPPA contract, I want to be particularly cautious, as I believe. So my first question is, this panel of arbitrators would theoretically arbitrate should City Council not approve the tentative agreement between Denver Police Protective Association and the city, is that right?
Madam President, I'm happy to speak with our, on behalf of our committee. We actually didn't designate which one of us would do that, so I don't know unless one of my colleagues wants to speak to it, how we went about selecting this and how it works.
Sure. You all can choose, and then we also have Emily Lapel on the line as well. So if there's no objections from the other two councilwomen, go ahead, Councilwoman Page.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilman Hines. The way that this works is that the panel of 5 is presented to the parties in a dispute. That could be the sheriff's office or the police department, and then each party strikes a name until they get down to one name. So the panel does not sit like a panel in the appeals court where they all hear the case. It's the process of elimination until one is selected. And so we made the decision last year that we felt like 3 was probably not robust enough and decided to go with 5. We must have at least 3, but we chose to go up to 5 to include some more diversity of experience and backgrounds. And then this would be only this individual, and it would only be one individual who would be retained if this process were needed, is retained by that process. So this panel these individuals may never be selected, and if they do, it would be through that process.
Thank you. Are the arbitrators for the well, I guess the one arbitrator who was selected, is that person compensated?
Yes, they are, and fees are in a range per hour plus travel. This is a pretty specialized area of labor law, and we do not have very robust public sector unions in the state of Colorado. So we look to ensure that we had a balance where we could find individuals with local experience in the West or the state of Colorado, but also folks who would have public sector arbitration experience, and also where possible public safety experience. So those were some of the factors that we look to recruit, and I just want to acknowledge, I mentioned them specifically, but this was Councilwoman Black, Councilwoman Sadavaca, as your boards and commissions subcommittee of the council that did this process, along with Emily Lapel doing all the hard work for us.
Yeah, well, and thank you for your hard work. I noticed that none of them are in Denver, and 2 are from the East Coast, like not even in Colorado. Is that was that on purpose, or can you help me understand?
Yeah, again, you will find the most qualified labor lawyers and the most qualified labor arbitrators in markets with more strengthened, larger public sector unions. We don't have a lot of public sector unions in the state of Colorado, which means we have fewer people practicing in this area. Generally speaking, arbitrators come from careers of backgrounds in this specialized area of law, maybe either working for management or unions, and then they graduate into arbitration. So it tends to be those who are later in their careers. We did a very robust recruitment looking in the state of Colorado. If you can imagine, you also can't have anyone who has any conflicts of interest, right? So anyone who's represented the city or represented our unions would not be a good candidate for this position. So Emily can answer, but because we don't have a very robust labor protections in the West here, there are fewer people who practice in this area. So we erred on the side of doing a heavy recruitment for both experience as well as geographic, trying to get folks who may be in the vicinity. And so But we, again, we just don't have a large pool of these people in the state of Colorado because there are not that many public sector unions here.
Well, and that's a really good point about the conflict of interest and how probably anyone who practiced in this field in Denver is probably conflicted. So, okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you for the additional context. I just wanted to make sure that it just seems a little, that timing seems a little interesting. So that's why I figured I'd ask. But thank you for your help, and thank you for to the committee, to the panel for your hard work. No other questions, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to add a few things. We actually discussed this at last October's Finance and Governance meeting. And it's this small group that Councilman Zetabaca and Councilwoman Kniech and I are on. It is quite a lot of work, and we've been working very hard to get people appointed to boards and commissions, and this one just took a little bit longer. So that's the reason why it's coming to you now. And the fact that it is at the same time as we're having other discussion is purely coincidental. And I also wanted to add that we were looking for some more diversity among the arbitrators, and so that was one of the things that we were looking at. And lastly, for those of you who maybe didn't see the email, Emily Lapel sent a very detailed email last Monday with all of their resumes and a little description of the process. So if you have further questions, you can look there, or feel free to ask any of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Looks like we're good on that one. Next item up is Council Bill 759. Councilmember Hines, go ahead with your questions on Council Bill 759, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This I think is related to another conversation that we'll have later tonight, and it's certainly related to the movement that we have nationally and internationally. I see that this contract appears to be about mental health and substance abuse assistance. Substance abuse and mental health assistance in our jail, and I want to. I guess I'm curious about this. I'm not necessarily concerned, but it seems like if we're authorizing more money for addiction and mental health treatment in our jail, we are further intertwining those two instead of separating. I mean, our sheriff's deputies, that isn't really their wheelhouse. They're trained sheriff's deputies, not addiction or social worker or mental health counselors. So I'm trying to get some more context about this this particular contract.
Wonderful. We've got Carrie Stanley here to answer your questions. Go ahead, Carrie.
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. I absolutely understand the curiosity around continuing to enhance our services inside of the jail. We are subcontracting the substance use disorder treatment with the empowerment program and the healthcare agency in order to ensure that we are providing these services with licensed counselors. So while the uniform part of the Sheriff's Department is absolutely critical for us continuing to do our work surrounding mental health and substance use addiction counseling, it's really to provide that security and operations of the jail. So as the director of the programs, my team, as well as all of our subcontractors, are all ensuring that we have the expertise and the education and the licensure to continue to provide these services. I will say, in regards to continuing to intertwine these services with people in the jail, certainly have concern for those people that are in custody to make sure that they need to be met while they're here, even if that's on a short-term basis. One of these programs, the RISE program, Recovery in a Secure Environment, both male and female units, requires only a 30-day stay. If somebody isn't staying with us that long, we have substance use education classes if somebody's interested. We have interactive journal programs, we have individual counseling. We really want to try to meet people where they're at in regards to their services and what they need. Sometimes when they come into our care and custody, they're ready to have those conversations, and we want to make sure that we're here to meet them and meet that need.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can't revolutionize the world overnight, but I would love for us to provide that funding or addiction and mental health funding to divert someone entirely from incarceration, so that we can treat before, way earlier in the process than after they're incarcerated. But I suppose we are where we are today. So I will continue to push for additional funding and moving our money to up the, I don't know what the right phrase is, up the supply chain. That's not really a good phrase, but closer to the source, as opposed to, I just really, I don't want our sheriff's deputies to be set up for failure when they're having to be around a population that just don't have training to be around. And they weren't meant to provide addiction and mental health treatment. So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to add that Councilman Cashman, Councilwoman Sitibaka, and I serve on the Crime Prevention and Control Commission. This was a body that was created after, it's actually a result of the vote that went before the people to create the funding for the Justice Center that's downtown. And after the first try, when the city tried to put it down at 6th and I-25, there was a lot of conversation among the community about making sure that we had programs and resources that were focused on preventing people from being in the jail system. And so the body that we serve on has resources that is providing programs that works toward keeping people out of the jail. And so I wanted you, Councilman Hines, because sometimes history matters, for folks to know and understand, sort of where those resources came from, that the CPCC has the ability to delve out. Some of that is administered within various city agencies, including our DA's office, but it's all focused on trying to reduce jail bed time for people in the jail system and figuring out which are programs like our reentry program, for example, is one of those. And as you know, we have voted on that contract, where that program is across the street in the same building that our post office is in. And that's providing services to people who come out of the jail system, making sure that they have access to being able to do their resume and accessing other resources, for example. So I wanted folks to just know that, so that there are ongoing efforts and programs that are doing some of this very work that you're talking about. So thank you. I just wanted to make sure folks were aware of that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ortega. All right, seeing no other questions on Council Bill 759, we're going to move ahead. The next item up is Council Bill 836. Councilman Clark, will you please put Council Bill 836 on the floor for publishing?
Yes, Madam President, I move that Council Bill 836 be ordered and published.
Thank you. It has been moved, and can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Sitibaka, your motion to amend.
This bill, there was some confusion about potential conflicts with another bill that was sent to the ballot. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew these are designed to work together. They're not designed to conflict with each other. And so there is a section in, I believe it's C4, where there are 30 days identified days from the time it is submitted to the mayor. The appointment shall be made by the city council from the same list within the next 15 days.
Thank you. I want to check with our council secretary. That's not exactly what I'm seeing on the script, so I just want to make sure that we're in the right place.
I haven't seen it in my script.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
On the floor, please.
Got it. I move that Council Bill 20-0836 be amended in the following particulars. On page 2, line 10, strike, "The list shall be submitted not later than 30 days," and replace with, "The list shall be submitted within a reasonable time and timely manner after the removal, death, retirement, or tender of resignation of the city attorney." Line 11, strike, "After the removal, death, retirement, tender of resignation of the city attorney." Line 18, strike "if the," and replace with, "If the nomination commission has not presented its nominations under this subsection to the mayor in a reasonable and timely manner, the mayor may thereafter fill such vacancy on the mayor's own motion, applying the standards set forth in this subsection," and strike lines 19 through 21.
Right on. Thank you. It has been moved. Can you give a second, please? Thank you. Questions or comments by members of the council on the amendment? Councilman Bedvaco?
Sorry, I think I did my comments first.
Okay, we got that. So the purpose of the amendment is to eliminate the rigid deadline and allow for future flexibility by submitting potential nominees to the mayor. Councilman Sawyer, you're up for a question.
Thanks. I just wanted to check with the city attorney's office regarding, so the phrasing of the council approval of mayoral appointees bill says, I can't remember the exact wording, but I believe it is appointed by and nominated and appointed by the mayor, and approved by council. So I just wanted to double check with the city attorney's office that this doesn't, can we just talk really quickly about the dovetailing of these two to ensure how that works together?
Yeah, I think we're getting on. All right. We have Jonathan for a minute. You need to unmute yourself, Jonathan.
Just practice all this. So you cannot believe that there would be a direct conflict between these two bills. I was pointing out initially that we are on it, it's still not the bill itself. So
Sorry, folks.
Because this nomination commission.
Cedar Baca. Aye. Clark.
Aye.
Flynn.
No.
Herndon.
No.
Hines.
Aye.
Cashman.
Aye.
Knech. Aye. Ortega. Aye. Sandoval. Aye. Sawyer. Aye. Torres. Aye. Black. Aye. Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
2 nays, 11 ayes.
11 ayes, the amendment to Council Bill 836 has passed. Councilmember Clark, we need a new motion to order published.
Yes, Madam President, I move that Council Bill 836 be ordered published as amended.
Thank you. It has been moved. May we get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 836. Councilmember Flynn.
I don't believe the amendment fixes the ultimate conflict here. The sponsor of this had agreed to the council approval of mayoral appointments, and that should have settled the matter. What this does is it introduces, frankly, a rather goofy and ill-advised process for selecting the city attorney. It puts it in the hands of people outside the city family. When I go to select a lawyer for my personal interests, or when the city selects a lawyer to represent its corporate interests, there's no reason to go to an outside group to say, who should we hire? This should be a choice of the council, the administration, the auditor, and the clerk, the independent agencies that are represented by the city attorney, who's now selected only by the mayor. If were I to craft an amendment to the charter that would solve this problem, I think that Councilman Ortega will agree with this. We should have an amendment in the charter that permits the city council to hire its own separate legal counsel, separate from the city attorney's office. The second level of approaching this issue should be that when the mayor selects the city attorney candidate for the cabinet, that position would be selected by a committee, a screening committee that consists of the mayor, the president of council with the advice and consent and consultation of the body, the auditor, and the clerk. But farming this out to an outside committee of just anybody is frankly goofy and ill-advised. And the final problem with this, of course, is that this has been scheduled for committee twice. It should have been hashed out in committee, but the sponsor pulled it from the agenda and had never been discussed in committee. Here we are making sausage at the last minute. This is not how we amend the charter. There's no urgency to this. The city attorney right now, as far as we know, isn't going anywhere for 2 years, perhaps. And this is something that can be more intentionally planned and discussed over the next year. There's a ballot next year that this could go on. And frankly, I would push to have the city council, the auditor, and the mayor join in the selection of the city attorney and have a stake in that. Or, as Councilman Ortega has talked about for years, have the city council with its own attorney and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Flynn. We've got Councilman Herndon up next, and then I see other hands raised in the queue. Go ahead, Councilman Herndon.
Thank you, Madam President. The members who signed up to speak, I'll defer to him. I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. This was discussed at the December 9th Charter Review Committee, and I went back and watched the committee, and I was very intrigued by the idea of the council being involved in selecting the city attorney, because we are the clients of the city attorney, and I still really like that idea, and I'd like to spend some more time talking about it and thinking about it. Unfortunately, we do have a process, and we set up the Charter Review Committee, and the next step was to come to Finance and Governance. This was scheduled for July 21st and then was canceled. And I really believe that amending the charter is a pretty weighty matter, and we should follow the process. We should fully understand items before we send them on to the voters. I feel like we owe it to our constituents and to the general public that we followed the process and made sure we've gotten an analysis and we've gotten feedback from the community. So I'm not going to be supporting it tonight, but I'm very open to future discussions about this, and I agree with what Councilman Flynn said, that we're probably not going to have a vacancy in this job anytime soon, so that'll give us the time we need to have a more thorough discussion of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam President. I think, based on the fact that I was the one who referred the council approval of mayoral appointees bill and did all the research on it, I am the most supportive person of this, of any council member out there. I think 100% that this is something we need to discuss further. And when I did the research for the appointments bill. I know that there are other strong mayor cities out there who have nominating committees for a number of other positions. I don't know the specifics of those because I wasn't doing the research on, specifically on the nominating commissions. So I would like to know more, and I think, those are the kinds of questions that I have, that I would have asked had this gone to committee, and I would like to know what has worked in other cities, why, who sits on those boards, why those people sit on those boards, what unintended consequences have come because of the people who sit on those boards, what best practices have other cities who use nominating commissions, have come, I have a lot of questions that I think need to be answered when we are talking about changing the charter of the city and county of Denver, the single most important governing document we have in our city. We can't do it lightly, and even though we want immediate action, and I get it, because imperfect action is always better than perfect inaction person myself. That is a mantra I live by. I think that sometimes, as frustrating as it might be, and as desperately as we might want to move quickly, it is better to slow down and be more thoughtful about how we approach this, and this is one of those situations. Because we don't want to change the charter of the city and county of Denver lightly. And I say that having spent hundreds of hours on research and conversation with my mayoral appointments, charter referral.
I'm here and I can get an Elijah protest?
Process, it went through on consent, because even the council members who are not gonna sit down and vote for it, on their own ballots at the end of the day, agreed that enough conversation and enough research had been done, that the people of the city of Denver deserve
tonight,
to,
in Denver.
sit down and be able to vote on it, because it was,
Folks, could be a long night.
researched enough and had enough conversation and enough.
I better get the battery charger.
So I think, as much as I do support this, and as much as I do believe that there is a conversation that needs to happen here, the conversation hasn't been had yet.
I'm not sure if you guys were there yesterday.
I was at the one on Thursday, but not
So
last
I will
night.
not be supporting this tonight, but I absolutely.
Yeah, we need to fucking centralize our message
moving
and
forward,
condense
and,
because
I
we
look
can't
forward
be
to having this
rehashing
conversation
the
and
same
hearing
thing on one topic for
is
fucking an
done,
hour.
and.
I think
referring
that,
to another ballot, because the
that's
people
why,
deserve
like, I
to
tried to
know.
ask, like,
And so, I look
No,
forward to.
you're very
this,
good when you
but
speak.
tonight's not
You
that
give point of information, you give direct action, but I feel like some people are just speaking just to hear themselves speak. And that's what we need to change if we're gonna continue doing this and if it's gonna be productive, you know what I'm saying?
listen, I do. I've been to Occupy, GAs, and remember that we're live, but, it took 3 hours to decide whether or not we should smoke or not smoke cigarettes in each other's physical presence.
Well, then that's
Sexing incidents.
so fucking useless, man. And I don't care if it's on live, I voice my concern
Yeah.
to everyone on it.
No, I get you. I think that the idea of a chat room and having,
Yeah, man, like we should be able to come to an agreement on points before we show up.
well, and a living chat, right? So that while people are talking, they could be doing their own bullshit on the inside. To be like, okay, I understand what this point is, what that's for.
Someone that's 100%.
There's all kinds of ways we could do it.
Sit and take council side, as opposed to someone who has to weigh, or somehow be neutral if there is.
This is bullshit though, because Candy's trying to get some shit done again. They're like, well, we need to take our time and do it right.
Conversation, and so I wonder, just based on some of the people, talking to some of the people that have already weighed in, I wonder if the body would support referring this back to committee, so we can have conversation so that this can move forward sooner rather than kill it and then restart the
I
conversation.
can't stop smoking.
Oh,
I don't know what, Madam President, if I should make a motion.
What time did you go to last night?
But I'm happy.
What time did you go to? Like what time?
We left around 9.
Around 9, okay.
more
I'm
up
sure
in
we're
the
not online.
city council meeting,
We're setting up
so,
working groups.
maybe we'll get through them and then,
You know what I mean?
we have
We just
that
need to
out there
centralize
together,
the
so we
message
need the
and
motion.
figure
and,
out why are we out here?
entertain.
Why am I fucking coming
Councilman
from work
Sadovak, I
to a
do
general
up in the
assembly
queue,
if we're not
but
fucking
because you're the
talking about
sponsor
anything?
of this, I'm gonna go ahead to the other council members and we'll let you circle up the group, so, Councilwoman Keeney.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that this is not quite the right proposal to solve the concerns. I actually don't think nominating committees are the right approach for, this is an internal facing position, it's not an external facing position. You know, the monitor, for example, has a nominating process in the city code for that because it's very accountable to the people. And the city attorney in this case mostly advises agencies. And so I did not go back like Councilwoman Black and watch the video, but I recall talking about the idea of a selection committee that council would participate in directly. I'm frankly not interested in having someone from a community who's not going to be working with this person day to day to be the one to select them. I believe that it's council ourselves who would want a seat at the table. So I believe, there are multiple paths to getting there, that, could be through an agreement with the administration, it could be through a charter amendment. I'm open to talking about ways to address the challenge, but for me, this is just not the right solution for this position. I just don't believe a nominating committee is the right approach for this position. I believe having the council and the clients, right, so the auditor, in this case, I would say it's not quite the same list of people either that are in the nominating committee list. It's those, independently elected agencies that I think are the direct clients. So, and I believe, in terms of the monitor, that's a separate issue that, requires separate discussion. So I am very supportive of continuing conversations about the city attorney's election, but in my opinion, I would not support referring this to committee because this is not the right approach. I would support a start over where we go back to the conversation that we were having, where all those ideas get vetted and the pros and cons get discussed. But, of course, I will wait and see what the motion is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Flynn, you want to take your back up again too?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond to Councilwoman Sawyer, because I was the member she was talking about that had questions about the council approval. And we had a full and robust discussion about that. I just want to tell her that I am going to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up, we have Councilman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to remind you that we started the work of the Charter Review Committee last year to be geared up and to allow the opportunity for us to have the issues sort of vetted through the Charter Committee. And then we had a deadline of having them all done by, I can't even remember what that deadline is right now, so that they could move through the Finance and Governance Committee, because that was the referring committee that would then move them to the full council. And what we were doing with all of the bills that were coming before us, or the proposals, was to either say, yes, they are answering all our questions, or no, they're not. In some cases, some of the issues were not going to be solved through the charter. They were issues that could be done through reviewing through the changes to the municipal code. And so a couple of them were referred back to the appropriate committee to deal with some of those issues. This particular issue ended up, Councilwoman Sadovak did bring a couple of proposals to the Charter Review Committee. And this is one that was withdrawn because it got folded into the work of Councilwoman Sawyer.
Okay, they're masks.
Oh, cool, okay.
And
I was
so,
reading their thing about their kind of.
we all learned last week that this bill got filed. I did have a conversation with Councilman Sadovak about
I definitely,
what
like,
this
this is
would
what
do.
keep broadcasting.
I share some of the concerns that
Thousands of these damn
we
things.
have not really had the opportunity to thoroughly digest how this would work and to understand how it works in other cities and where we could be
Next time I ask.
even more successful in having something that gives us more voice. I've been vocal going back to when I served as a district council person, really working to, council, city council, having some legal counsel. And that's where I started with my original conversations about, and this was on the heels of, what we experienced with the Great Hall, where some of us pulled our resources, tried to make sure we had a thorough look at that
Or
contract,
is there a road?
and were slapped on the hands and told we couldn't do that we didn't have the authority to even use our own resources. And so that's part of why I brought my bill forward that allows us to hire professional services, and that will be before the voters in November, so that in our day-to-day work, we will be able to hire the professional services that we need at any given time. And that does not mean we're hiring somebody to represent us, but if we happen to hire somebody that has a legal background, but brings the expertise we need to help us in our work, whether it's doing investigations, whether it's looking at contracts and helping to, ensure that we have crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's, like with the Great Wall contract, that would allow us to do that. I really believe that this one needs further discussion so that we could have the ability to be able to clearly explain it all to the voters and make sure that it does exactly what we're wanting to do. So I would suggest that, I don't know that somebody actually moved this, Councilman Hines, I think you talked about referring it back, but I would suggest that we look at the November, the 2021 ballot timeframe and really give us the time to dive into this and be able to discuss it more thoroughly. So I supported the amendment, but I'm not supporting the bill moving forward tonight because of those concerns.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And just to clarify, this has been moved and seconded. And a reminder that there's no way to re-refer it and still make the deadlines if we refer it back to committee. Just wanted to put that out there. Councilwoman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. Just hearing, I think, some of the commentary and interest that some of my colleagues have. I'm actually also, I don't feel like there's a requirement, like we're not pressured into making sure that this gets on the November ballots explicitly. I think there are future ballots that we can consider, because I would want to weigh Councilwoman Ortega's initiative around this one, and whether or not either or both, or if there's some contradiction between the two, because I don't want to lose sight of the one that Councilwoman Ortega has been interested in and working on. So because of that, I think I'll also be voting no on this one, but wanting to see it raised up again before the spring election.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Fedebaka.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's clear that many of you have not actually read this, because it does many of the things that you all just asked for. Specifically, Councilman Flynn, it does not choose an outside body. The point of this, it's a 7-member commission. All of the members on this commission are designed to have those independently elected, also represented by the city attorney bodies at the table. So there is an appointment by the mayor or himself. And this flexibility was asked for. That's why it doesn't say the mayor, but 1 member appointed by the mayor, 1 member appointed by the clerk and recorder, 1 by the auditor, 2 by the city council, and 2 by the independent monitor. This is more important now than it ever has been before, because we have a situation where you have a city attorney that represents the cops, the mayor, city council, and
I'm sick of
If possible, but we have someone who has direct experience having for those investigations. And so we have no neutrality in the way that we're being represented as independently elected bodies and separate but equal branches of government. We have no transparency in how decisions are of investigations that are happening right now of police brutality and abuse. We do not have a system to deal with this. I would love to see our city attorney appointed by council or anybody else but the executive branch, but that's right now, that's not the reality. And so what this was trying to do was at least give us input at the front end. Debbie's is Councilwoman Ortega's is hiring outside extra counsel in addition to our city attorney. If we were to do that, we still have to take the advice of our city attorney. And this panel makes the most sense because the city attorney doesn't just represent city council. It doesn't just represent the mayor. It represents all of us, the clerk, the auditor, the independent monitor. And so that is why we should have a panel. It's not a unique thing. This is actually how we do our judicial appointments in the city of Denver. And so there is a model that we already use in our attempts to get a neutral judge appointed to serve the citizens of Denver. The one seat that might allow an outsider is the two appointed by the independent monitor. In theory, it would be the monitor plus someone from the Citizen Oversight Board. And while I understand that the city attorney's job is to represent the agencies within the city, there's also a perception of a duty to the citizens of Denver. And so this creates a seat at the table for all of the people who are represented by the city attorney. It doesn't take away the mayor's appointment power. It doesn't give city council any appointment power. This simply gives us a seat at the table in vetting the nominees that go to the mayor for him to choose from, and then hopefully for us to confirm if Councilwoman Sawyer's bill passes. This is not complicated. This does not interfere with anything. This is actually, in a lot of ways, what we do with our searches for a chief of police, our search for the sheriff. We create these ad hoc community groups, but because we think that they are the ones who are the stakeholders that should be at that table. There are no other people who should be the stakeholders besides the 7 that are here. And I moved to this conclusion from an original space of wanting an elected city attorney because other cities have elected city attorneys. And we talked about this in charter committee. And I integrated all of the feedback that you provided, including yours, Councilman Flynn. And that is what should be in front of you. But it's clear to me that it hasn't been read. And I'm still asking for this to be put forward. If it goes back to committee, it won't make the ballot. And I just think that's a disservice to the city right now. We're telling them that they don't
That would make more sense. In fact, that's what I would advocate as one of the alternatives.
issue with labor disputes that happen with some of our employees as part of the process. So it's far more broad and engaging than just interface with our unions of safety. And that's where, for me, I want to see, you know, how we can move the conversation into deal with a lot of those other issues and categories. And if you guys remember, some of you on the council when we were asked to forego 1 week of our review of the bills, and do it only on 1 reading instead of 2 readings, which we used to have. And that was to make the contracting process quicker. It still takes the same amount of time with the agencies. It just shortchanged city council on the amount of time we actually have to look at the bills. And you know, many of us spend the weekend looking at things that get filed because it's all too often. Councilman Flynn and I have talked about this and have been working on trying to ensure that we have the contracts actually come to committee so we can see the details of what we're voting on before they move to the floor of the council. And the clock starts ticking at the time they get filed, not when we bring us the contracts to committee. So it's all those kinds of things that I think we can fundamentally have a conversation. And that's part of why I would like us to have the time to really be able to have a much more thorough conversation about this. So that's why I'm really hoping that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I'm gonna go ahead and weigh in and, then, we can go to Councilman Sedabaka back up. You know, anybody who knows me knows that I like to have all the information in front of me. I like to have time to look through it. I want to always ensure that the constituency that I represent has time to thoroughly understand what this really means. And although, you know, on first blush, it looks simple, I don't want to disrespect my community. I don't want to do something out of bounds. I am the personally feel like this makes good sense. They deserve to have that voice and that say.
Wait till we see what they say on the next one. Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to again address the fact that this followed the process that was set out for it. Of course, you haven't heard a peep since December about it. There have kind of been a couple of things that have been at the forefront of our minds lately. And so it's not that anything was being hidden from anyone. It's not that anything new popped up. It's the same thing we were proposing in December. And the fact that this committee thing structure keeps getting weaponized and it's not a solidified process, it's not spelled out anywhere, it's not required, it is problematic to me because we are supposed to be workshopping things. I have been in committees where I have asked specifically those who do not agree with the wording, how would they workshop it, how would they make it different? And I have been denied any support. And so here we are today. Councilman Flynn has an issue that could be amended by striking out 2 words and putting a semicolon. And that is where we're at. We have council members who have said over and over that the stakeholders represented by the city attorney should be the ones to appoint. It says 2 members appointed by the city council, 2 members from the city council. These amendments could be put forward, and it's not acceptable to say that we didn't have time to see them. This was filed on a Thursday. Everything that comes to us on Monday is typically filed on a Thursday. We have the weekend to review it. And so I don't accept that this process can continue to be weaponized against me. I have an email right here. The day before I was supposed to be in committee, we canceled city council. We canceled it in operations that day.
I asked specifically what was next for my committee. And I found out that night that two of our proposals that were supposed to be in committee didn't even get included on the calendar because they didn't go through charter committee, when there are links to the videos of me presenting in charter committee. And then when we get rescheduled on the day that we don't have enough votes to get it out of committee. I asked, the day before, I asked Kendra, I said, are we actually workshopping this proposal, or are you setting it up? Her response to me at the very end of her email was, our rules do not allow us to kill bills in committee. We can only move to the full council or delay to a date certain. Should committee members vote down a bill, we'd have to delay to a date certain. Alternatively, the sponsor could direct file. Let me know what you decide. If I know that I don't have the votes in committee to get my bill out of committee that day, why would I waste anybody's time when I'm trying to have the same opportunity everybody on this body has had to have my bills heard in front of the body? It doesn't make any sense. And I'm sure on the next proposal, you're gonna have some way to weaponize the process. And that to me is unacceptable. We have direct filed multiple things over the last 5 months, multiple things with hundreds of millions of dollars associated with them, with huge impacts associated with them. And there's never been a problem, there's never been a question. And so vote how you wish, but it's becoming very apparent that the rules change for some council members. And there is a double standard, and it's very clear. Because I started.
June 20th, and said thank you for your patience. After conversation with various stakeholders, council and city office decided to pull their 3 proposals from the in-depth implemented marketing instead of the direct filing at a to be determined date in the next several weeks. We appreciate your consideration and scheduling accommodations. And so I guess you were counting votes and didn't think you were going to have the votes. I don't know if that would be true or not, but we weren't given the opportunity to spend that hour and a half. I actually made it 2.5 hour meetings to make sure we talked about all 3 of your proposals. Everyone agreed to stay for an extra hour. And we really needed that time to discuss it. And when you refer to bills that we have direct file in 2020, almost all of them were emergency measures related to COVID and getting that money out into our community to help people through this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Councilman, how can we have you back up, and then we'll go ahead and do the vote. Councilman Hines, do you have an appetite to refer it, knowing that it won't make it out that?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to point out that the 4 people that are in committee, Debbie was out sick. The 2 people who called my bill out tonight, Flynn and Herndon, the person that chairs the committee and told me that my bills didn't even go through charter committee was you. How could I not be counting votes? How could I not understand that you didn't even look at the fact that I presented this? So it's not okay to say that we passed all those or introduced all those other things on direct file because it's an emergency. Is it not an emergency that we have hundreds of investigations of police brutality and excessive force? That is an emergency, and what we're telling the public is And that's not okay, because there are two emergencies right now. It is the racism in our city and what our police are doing, and it is COVID.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to refer Council Bill 836 to committee. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
This is not gonna make the ballot even if they refer it to committee, because the date is passed. So this is their way to kill it without killing it.
Was there already a motion on the floor, or do we need to do something with that motion to allow, this motion, but we have to take action on that motion first.
We can have the, Madam Secretary clarify, but, they were telling me, that we could proceed to the rest of that. Go ahead and refer to plan.
It's a full house, folks.
Well, we do have the motion on the floor, order published as amended, and the motion to re-refer is actually secondary, and so it will just take precedence, we don't need to withdraw, we just needed to do a motion made, so we can go ahead and order it, if that's what you want to do.
Okay, so we're gonna re-refer this to committee and, Madam Secretary, roll call. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Getting a lot of text messaging and back and forth, so on process. So Councilwoman Leach.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I heard some openness to changes that could be made to this, so based on that information, I am comfortable I will be willing to re-refer. If the bill were not to change significantly, I could not support it, but wanted to clarify that the dialogue has influenced me to support it.
Thank you. Councilman Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President. So my comment, as I mentioned previously, comments are good reasons for us to change the way our process works now. Representation process.
Book 12.
While we have a process of going to committee, I mean, really, what I want is, I want to be transparent and accountable to the people who elected me, actually, and the people who didn't elect me, I want to be transparent and accountable to everyone in District 10. And so I think that through an abundance of caution and ensuring that we can have a conversation, that potentially we can get additional votes, because it sounds pretty clear that this won't pass as is. That if we can have a conversation, to quote Hamilton, dying is easy, young man, living's harder. To paraphrase that quote, grandstanding is easy, governing is harder. I mean, I want to make sure that what we do is we have a conversation, we have the process, and we have our team get more of our colleagues on board. We're a body, we're not individuals. So having one person continue to move safely forward without, that isn't palatable to the rest of the council, just that doesn't move things forward. So I hope that we can re-refer so that we can get more people on board through maybe a couple words in a semicolon or maybe a little bit more. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to creating change so that we do have better representation on council, legal representation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Clark.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to, I think, we've heard a lot of different concerns. I have concerns as well, and I don't think that re-referring this to committee is the right step. I'll get done for that. There is nothing stopping us from writing a new bill and introducing it in committee any day, but I think to Councilman Ortega's point about looking at the calendar and the map to 2021, since this does not appear to be ready for 2020, would be important, and just re-referring it doesn't do that. And I think we should take a look at that and plot it out on his course for 2021 appropriately. And so I'll be a no for referral and no following that should it not be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Clark. Councilman Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, no referrals needs to be scrapped and refiled as a bill that we can actually work with. Thank you. And that's an easy process.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, looking for any other questions? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call on the re-referral, please.
Hines.
Aye.
Cashman.
No.
Kinich. Aye. Ortega. Aye. Sandoval.
This is the motion to reconsider. Let's see how the room erupts.
Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
6 nays, 7 ayes.
6 nays, 7 ayes. Council Bill 836 will be re-referred to committee.
Boo.
Our next item
Off the pig.
is Council Bill 837. Councilman Clark, would you please put
It's the
Council
next
Bill
agenda item, isn't it?
837 on the floor for public? Thank you. Comments by members of council on Bill 837, Councilman Flynn?
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of the same comments I would have on this one as well. This came to committee October, it was in November 28th. Last year, it was 10 months ago, so October. And we haven't heard from it since. And it was scheduled for committee and it was pulled. And far from weaponizing the process, what we have is weaponizing chaos again. The independent monitor isn't going anywhere anytime soon. There's no need for urgency or to rush something to the ballot that doesn't receive adequate vetting by committee and not here on the floor on a Monday night. Several things that are problematic with this is that it's changed from when it was in committee in October and I was there. I did read the bill. At the time, there was a process to remove the independent monitor and that's been changed. I had asked that the screening committee for independent monitor, which was then 5 individuals and is now 7, that we retain the list of qualifications because the people who are screening candidates for independent monitor should have some qualifications for choosing that person. They should have some life experience. They should have some background in how police brutality is investigated, but there is none of that in the bill. And this is, again, not something that needs to be rushed to the ballot. The commission isn't going anywhere. There's one thing in here that I do like, and that is, and even that's not done the way I would prefer to see it, and that is putting the independent monitors, some of his 13 employees, within the career service system, because they are not right now. And although I don't believe that everyone should be other than the monitor, I think the monitor should have the freedom to appoint, as does the clerk and the auditor, should have the freedom to appoint deputies at will, especially policy director, so that if a new monitor comes in, that person has the freedom to choose policy direction without having to use the career service person that's been there the whole time. So there's many, many changes that need to happen before this would be ready to consider big ballot. And doing it on a Monday night the week before we have to act on final is just not the place to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Perkins is up next, and then we'll go to the queue. All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Toya.
Thank you, Madam President. So Councilman Zeta Baca, I guess this question is for you. The wording of the, charter change in the actual charter versus what is, the ordinance that actually sort of sets out what is specifically, the wording that sort of governs the monitor itself. Would you be willing to go back to committee, go through committee to discuss the changes in ordinance? If we were to refer the charter change tonight or publish the charter change tonight, refer it next week, and if so, what would the specific charter change wording be versus the ordinance?
So one, it should have a companion ordinance, and the history of how the monitor's office was started is important because it was first started by ordinance, in the code, and then it was moved into charter to make it permanent. This does not deal with any of the things, that council members mentioned. This charter changes the appointing authority to city council. It doesn't change the qualifications, it doesn't change any of those things. It bumps out the monitor from underneath the mayor to city council appointing. Nobody here wants to change who the monitor is, but it's important to understand the structure that we're working with in this current emergency. The mayor is the independent monitor's boss and the chief of police's boss and the sheriff's boss. And so the monitor is investigating two other people who are appointees of the mayor. There is no leeway, there is no independence that is embedded into the independent monitor's office. And so we need this not to change who the monitor is, to change who the monitor's boss is. And that is critical right now if we want just investigations, if we want just outcomes related to what's happening in our city right now. And so absolutely, I would happily go through, if and when this passes, I would happily do the companion ordinance. That I think does take a lot more time, and it's multiple changes within that ordinance that do need to happen. And I think there's a lot of feedback that we can get from the monitor after these investigations are completed. That could inform the ordinance change. But this is simply changing the charter to make sure that the boss is the appointing authority.
So just to clarify, because I want to make sure I've got this very, very, very clear, this is like a two-sentence change. It moves the monitor out from underneath the mayor as the appointing authority and moves the independent monitor to underneath city council as the appointing authority, and that's it.
Correct. It looks like a lot of pages because what it does when you change the charter, you move the section, when you change the appointing body in the charter, you move the whole section with the person. The only thing being changed in this are the strike throughs, the new added language are underlined. It is not a significant change. It's just the appointing authority and bumping it all into our city council section.
So, if we were willing to support you in that change, in that one structural change, then would you be willing to agree to go to committee with the ordinance for the independent monitor, before the vote this November to do the work on the discussions that need to happen around the structural other things with the independent monitor's office in committee and have the in-depth discussions that need to happen there, as well?
Of course, and we had a draft, and I would love to take more of the monitor's time to be able to build this out, but considering what he's dealing with and what size staff he has and funding he has, I have been reluctant to also add that on top of this. But I would happily do that.
Okay, so thank you for that, I really appreciate it. So given everything that, the monitor is dealing with right now, and given the importance of that focus, and given that there is another ballot in November of 2021, do you think it makes more sense then for us to hold on this as well, until the monitor can really, focus on this and give us his undivided attention and feedback and ensure that the outcomes are there before we refer something like this to the ballot?
You're frozen and I can't tell if it's you or you.
I don't know, did I unfreeze, can you hear me now? Okay, I don't know when I stopped talking. How many times when I stopped talking?
You're good now. Okay, I absolutely think this is critical right now. We are not working with a similar timeline for an ordinance change. That can happen at any point, over any size period. And so I think this is critical because we have a duty right now to make sure that we are creating the independence that we need right now to get these investigations done appropriately.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate your thoughts on that. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam President. So Councilman Zia, how did you come to the point where the independent monitor needs only career service employees? Don't you feel that it would be nice to have a hybrid similar to the auditor's office, similar to, I think even DIA has appointing power, so that if a new auditor comes in, they can create their own team? Because sometimes things get left with the team, so it doesn't work necessarily very well. So what was his outcome, what was his suggestions, and who in his office and prior to working in his office have you talked to and discussed those points?
I have worked directly with the monitor on this proposal, and I think the monitor is able to answer any questions. This is a protection. What we're doing is offering his employees job security, and when you're a compliance officer or when you do investigations, it is critical to have that, because if you do something that if right now his employees do something that is not liked by higher ups, they have no career protection. And so they deserve that protection, and this removes the exemption from that.
So they're not appointed by the monitor, they're appointed by the mayor?
Yes, if you look down at the section that's stricken out, it says, any employee appointed to serve at the pleasure of the mayor for the purpose of monitoring internal investigations and disciplinary actions in the Department of Safety, and any employees appointed by the monitor to serve at the pleasure of the monitor. The appointment of any monitor by the mayor pursuant to this or any other provision of this charter shall require confirmation by the city council. It replaces that section to just say the head of the office of the independent monitor.
So once again, to the committee, did you feel like you didn't have the votes to bring this forward out of committee either? Is that why you didn't go to committee? Is because you felt similar to your other discussion, you didn't have even the votes just to move it forward?
I really don't feel like this one should be a problem at all. What my hesitation was on the other one is the blockage of the other two. I wanted these three to all come in a package, and I kept getting resistance with them coming in a package. These things are designed to work together.
So I understand the need and desire to have things come as a package, which I honestly, I really do.
Yet at the same time, I also feel like the need to have information given to me in a timely fashion. It's really challenging, like you said in your own statement, given how many things city council's working on and our caseload right now and everything, to have things come last minute. And so it would have worked in the package if they all got on the ballot together. So the fact that this hasn't come to committee and I got the language at the last minute and haven't been able to do the own outreach for my community that I represent is really challenging. I just need to say that again. And I know that it's challenging to go through the committee process, and I hear that you feel weaponized, and that's unfortunate. Really it is. Super unfortunate that you feel that way, because I think that you would find that if you came through committee, there would be people who were there to support you, to that see these changes needing to be made throughout Denver, throughout our structure, and are just as anxious wanting to work on these matters as important processes. But yet, when they're not able to come through committee and we're not able to give the time that is needed for me to do outreach to the monitor and to other employees and how they feel, it's super challenging. So with that, that's all my questions. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman.
The call, would it be helpful for him to respond?
I know that we brought him in. Councilwoman Sandoval, would you like to have the monitor respond?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. We do have him available here though. Councilman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. So 2 questions. One, has HR given any input on how years of service would be calculated for folks becoming new CSA employees?
What I believe would happen is, depending on if they had already had been employed with the city, that it would just depend on what pay grade they were before. If they were not, then they would start over like anybody else.
How is it dependent on pay grade?
Is their career service? Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so the staff of the monitor's office becoming career service employees, if they've been there for 5 years or more, if they were regular GSA employees, they'd be vetted or vested. What happens for these folks once they convert to CSA?
Did you want to bring the monitor on?
Anybody who has an answer to that would be great.
Go ahead, Nick.
I don't see him there.
We've got him unmuted. Nick, are you there?
I'm here. My video does not currently work. Hang on. Hello there.
Hi.
So the question I think had to do with, if I understood properly, vesting, time of service, and maybe an appropriate question for the employment lawyers at the city attorney's office. I'm not sure if that was vesting. I think it was a sort of pension context. So I'm not sure that I'm the right person to speak to the vesting issues. I can say that I am supportive of the idea of creating service protection for subordinate employees in the monitor's office. They have very difficult jobs. Incredibly lucky to have a very talented staff who have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. And almost every other category, almost every other type of city employee has career service protection. And I asked, we asked a lot of my employees to work on these investigations, take sometimes very controversial positions on cases. And I think it would do a world of good to help build in sustainability into the office for those subordinate employees to have those protections. So if there's anything on that point that it would be helpful for me to speak to, I'm happy to speak to anything on that.
I appreciate that, Nick. Some of the question has been around whether these folks, how many staff are in the monitor's office?
13, right now.
Do they serve at the pleasure of you or the mayor?
I hired them and they serve the pleasure of the monitor.
Okay.
Would anybody care for a root beer?
Thank you so much.
Extra
The
soda.
second
Is it
question
yours? No?
that I have, actually, to that point, Councilwoman Sandoval, made a suggestion of a hybrid. Have you considered that already in terms of some that would be appointed in your shop and others, like your deputies, for example, and others that would be your service protected or categorized?
Yeah, I think that, I think it's certainly worth, considering. I think there are reasons why it could make sense to have some given the size of the staff that we're talking about, how would two, serve the pleasure I think that's certainly something I would consider. I think the bill, works as is, or at least that, that portion of the bill, from my perspective, works as is. But to the extent there's interest in, having a select number of employees who remain at will, I think there's potential merit for that here.
Okay, thank you so much, Nick. Councilman Sudabaka, the other question that I have, the section that's stricken, section 8 of D8. Any employee appointed to serve at the pleasure of the mayor for the purpose of monitoring internal investigations and disciplinary actions in the Department of Safety. Why is that section stricken? Does it apply to anyone else other than staff in the monitor's office?
So Kirsten can help explain this. This is doing it because this is in the career section of the term, which is not necessarily under the departments or under city council. It's its own separate section in the influence. And so this is where your section, if you read at the top of this, it says, career service shall comprise all employees of the city and their positions except. And so this is removing them from that. It's removing the exemption. It's not necessarily removing the possibility for you to have a hybrid. Is Kirsten able on how that works?
And I think to clarify, as Kirsten's coming on, my question isn't about, but I would like actually for a consideration of a hybrid for Nick. I totally get what Councilman Sandoval is saying in terms of the lack of flexibility sometimes when, if and when, hopefully decades from now, Nick leaves the monitor's office. That legacy offices can be incredibly challenging, particularly for those where new leadership really needs to set a tone. So I would like to consider a hybrid, even if it's offering language tonight. But this language seems to speak to individuals separate from the monitor's office, to the Department of Safety. Are there any other people who would fall under this? Any employee appointed to serve the pleasure of the mayor for the purpose of monitoring internal investigations and disciplinary actions? And I'm wondering if, maybe the new public integrity office, or public integrity division, have mayoral appointees, this would then apply to them.
Kirsten, can you explain if this was put in there intended for the monitor when they moved the monitor to the charter?
If she's on it. She is. We'll get her unmuted. Okay, go ahead, Kirsten.
Hi. So Kirsten Crawford, Legislative Council. I actually would kick this to John first, since he's the primary drafter, and also because I dropped the call temporarily. So why don't we have you ask your question again and let John take a stab and then I can, catch up as well.
John, my question is about the stricken section D8. Any employee appointed at the pleasure of the mayor for the purpose of monitoring internal investigations and disciplinary actions in the Department of Safety. Would that refer to anyone else other than the staff in the monitors office? For example, the public integrity division, which was created after this section has been made charter.
I was under the impression this would only apply to the monitor, when I made a drafting decision, and, certainly, Kirsten's on the line, or if there's other people who speak to this, I'd like to know more whether that was the intent, yeah, that this would still make sure that the monitor was not under career service, but all of the employees of the monitor were accepted.
Yeah, and I will just chime in, now that I hear you repeat the question, Councilwoman, I do think it's a good point that, you know, there's some open-ended language in the current language, not the redraft that we have here, that would allow for, or maybe contemplate more than one particular individual. However, the current charter language, which appears earlier in the draft, does contemplate only one head of the office. So if you wanted to capture more than just the current head of the office, then you might need to make some changes.
And to that point, if we were discussing any option of potentially 2 appointments that Nick could make, or the monitor could make, that remain at serving at the pleasure of the monitor, would that be in this section?
This is John, I can speak to that. I mean, if you look to the section right below it, there's a thing about like the recorder, like you can carve out, employees, or it has happened in this section of the charter.
Thank you both.
And Councilwoman Torres, we did have someone from OHR to talk about the vesting piece. I think we might need to get Carla back up into the queue, but we'll try to do that as well. And in that interim, trying to get Carla back up into the queue, if it's okay with you, Councilwoman Torres, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Kanich next up into the queue, and we can come back. Councilwoman Kanich.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a really important discussion, and like many areas of monitoring, you know, it gets to where you have actual issues, perceived issues, or the potential of mitigating future issues, right? So we've had 2 pretty robust monitors under the process that we've had, with concern about what that might look like in the future and the structural issues. So I take it really seriously. I too struggle with the timeline in terms of the ability to check in back with stakeholders. I don't know, for example, if we have anyone from the Citizen Oversight Board who is interested in talking about their perspective. Have they had a chance to weigh the pros versus cons of career service for the entire department versus for having a few appointees, you know, in terms of their desire to ensure that the office is truly independent under, you know, whoever's appointed. So, you know, I would invite, if there is a member, I see someone's raising their hand from the attendees, if they've had time to vet and discuss this and take a position, or whether they need more time, that's of interest to me. So I see, it looks like the brand new chair, Al Gardner, is raising his hand. Would it be appropriate to promote him, Madam President?
Yes, we can go ahead and get out promoted.
As he comes on, the COB worked in partnership with us to track this.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Gardner.
Okay, hello, thank you. While I probably won't provide much context on a lot of the technical pieces to it, what I want to do is speak to the broader consideration of expanding or ensuring the independence of the independent monitor. I can tell you that the COB is absolutely in support of creating a situation that would put the independent monitor in best position have the most independence as possible, especially when doing performing different investigations. The goal of independence is what we're looking for, and actually, as we go down the road, beginning to talk about this reform and the different ideas that will come to play as we look at these different options, although it doesn't seem like it's something urgent tonight, we are entering new territory where that level of independence will be a lot different than potentially what it looks like now. So we're definitely in support of the bill and providing more independence there. On the other piece, when it comes to the staffing, being able to move that, there are situations where they will have, career appointment that seems like it would be more beneficial as well as we get toward our more independence.
Thank you. May I just ask a follow-up question? Mr. Gardner, did you all take a position on both pieces of the bill then as a board? So
Yes.
as written, both pieces the board supports.
Correct. As written, both. We had a couple of changes in wording. I mean, I had it here. I don't have it in front of me, but most of it revolved around moving the IOM, the OIM, and COB from Article 2, the administration, to Article 3, which moves it under the City Council, and that was one that we sent back to
I think our legislative council.
Okay.
Great. And so, we're doing what's clearly committee work on the floor here. And so the next question I have is one about termination. So we have I understand that there is a intention to have a companion ordinance, but we have this interesting situation where we already have an ordinance that creates a very particular procedure for termination of the monitor, and I was wondering if either the sponsor or our legislative council has done any analysis, because, I have to refer this tonight without knowing whether or how the ordinance will change, which is part of the problem with this timeline in terms of ensuring that things work together. And so, so what analysis is there about how this charter change would then comport with the termination procedures that are outlined in the ordinance?
That I wouldn't be able to speak to tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that wasn't for you, Mr. Gardner. I didn't mean to make you feel like you're on the spot. Thank you very much for your participation, though. Thank you. That was probably for either the sponsor or the legislature.
And you are probably looking for a legal response, but I don't personally believe that it interferes with that.
So Jonathan Griffin, Deputy Legislative Council. I think this council is there would need to.
And I don't know what else I could really do.
The code at some point in this went through regardless, so we haven't fully analyzed the effects of this change beyond the knowledge that we would, depending on what went through. Both tonight and if it went through and was approved by the voter, what would need to change due to these changes that are inside of
Right, they're
this
escorted in
charter.
other process.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I guess I will just speak
Thank you.
to
I really
what I
appreciate
see in
Well,
the
let's-
ordinance,
sorry.
which
Pretty
is
believe it or not,
that,
this is
it
like
gives
5
very
o'clock.
specific
I do
procedures
totally
for
believe it.
things
I do
that
believe it.
so we have a
And
charter
consider
that has a
consider
council,
talking about it.
Can I take that with me?
Sure, I got one.
Research or, okay, cool.
I'm just trying to get ready for the next one, but yeah, it's something that we should definitely talk about, I guess.
This is wrong.
I agree, I agree 100%. This is why I was asking the question.
I guess, with
Yeah,
any
they're not always
charter
good.
referral, I have two concerns always. Three.
Alright, but we can definitely, we can make this thing out.
Everything
Let's
fits
do that.
together and I'm reading the book
Yeah,
or
thank you.
something that they truthfully can vote
Appreciate you.
without sharing issues, or at least I know what those issues are, so that's one. The second is, is it a policy that's consistent? I can't vote against my values, even if, I mean, that's just my personal philosophy. Others may feel differently, but I can't refer something that, I personally don't feel like represents the best that the city can do. Because that's what I was elected to do, is to make
my card
you know,
on me, I
or
would've
success in
ordered that
terms of the
pizza
ability
already.
to succeed with the voters. And so on this
No
point, I'm
plastic, no food.
concerned. You know, I feel like the voters already are seeing that there's process concerns and timing concerns. I don't know if those are gonna be seized by a no campaign. I don't know if the no campaign is gonna seize on.
I think I may have.
Where
Where are you ordering from? Sexy Pizza?
What I do not want to do is
I think
have this
that by
go to
now, the
voters
time
and
they get
have
here,
it
it'll be too late.
fail and have us set behind
I'm
this
thinking
goal
about
that
heading to
the
Elijah
COP
and maybe
has
just,
had.
Is that staying on the Capitol lawn?
So that
what?
does
The Elijah
concern
thing?
me.
I don't know, is that where it's at, is that the Capitol?
Actually, I'll double check for you real quick.
You can take. And then I will just appreciate the conversation from my
Yeah, I think it was
colleagues
here.
about the appointments, as Nick, I'm glad you have such a great staff, and I'm glad that you feel so comfortable with them, but I do not believe we can have a truly independent monitor without several deputies that you get to pick. These are folks who might go to very high level officer-involved shootings in your stead. You have to feel 100% confident in them for this system to work, and so I would absolutely see at
Curtis
least
and
one,
Park.
if not two.
Curtis and what? Curtis and Park.
Because I think it's essential for your office to function independently, to not have to be relying on legacy positions for your left and right hand. So that change would be necessary as well. So I'll just leave it there and listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We've got 4 more council members up in the queue. Councilwoman, so if it is a very brief response, go ahead.
Yes, the section of the book that talks about the removal, it says that appointment, the monitor shall serve at the pleasure of the mayor prior to any removal by the mayor or regarding his or her intention to remove the monitor. And so I think that that's vague enough that it says if there was an issue, they would still have to consult with council, and if this passes, then council is the appointing body. So if the mayor decided to fire the monitor under that section, what would prevent us from reappointing the monitor ourselves?
Thank you, Councilman. Go ahead, Councilman.
I wasn't sure if that was kind of a rhetorical question or was you were asking it back to me, Councilwoman. I'm sorry.
It's not a question. I think the answer is there would be nothing preventing us from reappointing him ourselves once we have that appointment authority.
All right, thank you. Councilman Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. I thought there were others. Is Monitor Mitchell still here? Yes, he is. Yeah. Monitor, I'd like to ask you just one question. You've been monitor for 8 years?
Correct.
Has there ever been an occasion when the mayor has reached out to you and tried to influence you on any of your investigations?
No.
Thank you, Councilman Flynn. Councilman Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. But I have questions for the monitor as well. Do you support changing who appointed?
You know, so I was pretty clear in my expressing my support for the clear service portion of this bill. To some extent, I feel that it's a conflict for me to opine who should have the power to appoint the monitor and remove the monitor, given that I'm the incumbent of that position. So I think my response is that I'll sort of let the 2 branches of government sort of hash that out, and we'll sort of reserve my comments regarding the second portion of the bill.
Citizen Oversight Board have the authority to appoint an independent monitor.
I can see lots of, I think I would support sound public policy choices that will enshrine the independence of the office now and long into the future. What those look like as it relates to the appointment of the monitor, I don't think I'm going to find on specific goals or responsibilities.
Quality Commission. So I guess I want to ask the same question of Mr. Carter and this COB here. So would you support the pilot that says oversight for water? Because then, and the reason why the whole question is, then it's not a branch of government at all. It's it's one more layer of independence away from us slimy politicians. I don't think I'm slimy, but the zero officials.
Kirsten might also be able to speak to this, because Kirsten did not, we discussed this, as one of the options. And so they might be able to talk a little bit about the appointment power and who has appointment powers. So that, regarding, that we have to speak on that.
Well, I am asking him, so I would like to hear his answer.
Okay, thank you. My answer is yes. The answer from the COB is yes, just in the short term. Absolutely, because there again, just to reiterate that point, of making sure that, and I know the question was asked, had the mayor ever gotten involved in something like this? It's more of a broader question of ensuring that something like that never occurs. From a community perspective, which is the reason why each of us are on that board, that's really our only drivers to make sure that that type of independence is enshrined in that office. So yes.
But, and I would say, you're right, you don't want to have that opportunity where someone might ask you for a favor and make you feel uncomfortable. Also, I don't want a position where the monitor even could potentially feel uncomfortable. I want there to be checks and balance, and so that's but since
Yeah. Trying to keep my eyes open.
And probably be John. Go ahead, John.
John, can you repeat the question?
The question is, so I asked the COC if they would support having authorities for the appointing independent monitor instead of the mayor, instead of city council having as an oversight board appoint the independent monitor.
I'm sorry, I know, but I don't understand that question.
And we discussed this, if the COB would have appointment power to do that, or an appointee of the city.
Is your, I'm sorry here, I'm maybe struggling to understand this. Is your question, can the COB appoint the independent monitor?
Does the COB have the authority to appoint an independent monitor?
I would not believe so for the same reasons that we've talked about before, about how the mayor in the strong mayor system is ultimately the person who makes all administrative appointments unless otherwise granted. The COB would not, I mean, I think the way that we have it right now, where there's a nominating commission that gives the answer, or you know, that is involved I think that would need to be in code in a similar function the way it is right now. Since the COB itself, I don't believe is in charter, although I need to look more into the question. That is the easiest answer.
So, more research. Monitors also say what they
I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilman, just to remind you that the COP is appointed by the council and the mayor. We appoint some, he appoints some, and the mayor's in joint. Like the bill before this, I'm very open to the idea, and I would love to talk about it more. I think it's great that the COP worked with Councilwoman Sudabaka to draft the bill, but unfortunately, we weren't getting that same opportunity to talk about what was gonna be in it, and that's what we're doing now. And so it's like, right now, we're having a committee meeting on the floor, where we're deciding whether to put something very important on the charter for voters to vote for. And I just don't
us.
Yes, moving forward, I am 100% on board for talking about this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Martin?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilman Christina Parker, for bringing this forward. I think that this one is really important, and I think that there's a lot.
I'm so dyslexic.
And I think, the conversations that we're having are also really important.
They get all
and
that
we're
screen
discussing
cut off.
some really important things that we want to get
It's
ready
like to say
to bring to the
Oh.
charter, and enshrines it in there where only voters can change it, and I think that is incumbent upon us to make sure that we have fully vetted and worked all these questions out. As a couple council members have mentioned, our input monitor isn't going anywhere. We have another election next year, and I think that,
Oh, it's still
that full conversation,
Because they turned it on, now the TV's turned
I look forward to that conversation.
Good, welcome, join.
They
We're
turned it
here.
off on purpose,
Community.
didn't
Huh?
Yeah, thank you. You're awesome. I support this 100%. I think I went to the wrong room, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if I'm at the wrong time or wrong meeting, but like, the fact that I walked in, this is incredible.
This is city council, that is the right room, and only one person has the balls to come and sit in front of everybody, and she doesn't even have a pair.
I think there's more than enough.
She's amazing.
She is, ain't she?
Good things.
I said that an hour ago, I didn't have my credit card on.
No, I was like, man, I would've got pizza with no cheese, with all vegetables. I'm vegan, so I mean, I could still live down, but he's it's not, no, it's not, it's the one on the bill.
Charter, and I happen to think we've got an excellent person in Mr. Mitchell filling that post. And anything we can do to strengthen the independence of that office is something that I look very forward to working on. But I do think that, as has been said, this needs more time to debate. And I think we're gonna come up with something
I'm working, it's
truly
just that
excellent.
simple, I'm hustling my business.
Councilwoman for
Yeah, I need
bringing this
to, I just need to find me a place to live so I can eat cook and just do it.
And I just do it wherever I go.
Thank you.
I got a little bag, a box of cards.
I'm gonna just get on it, cause it's just hard, you know what, you inspire me, I'm gonna do it, dead ass, thank you.
And do what we're gonna be. Thank you.
So one of the things I feel like we've talked about before is our inability or our lack of ability to direct OHR. And I want to be very clear, OHR has been very supportive of the council in the search for our executive director and, has always been accommodating, but I feel like there's some nagging thing in my brain about the question of running a search like this, and is there a difference in terms of our ability to say, OHR, you must help us with this search and conduct a national search. I just want to make sure there's no unintended consequences hiding in here in terms of our ability to fulfill our function. So if we take this on, as to my knowledge, the only employees that we appoint now are those that are under our direct control, unless I'm forgetting anybody. So if I'm forgetting anyone, please let me know. But I just want to clarify, there's a whole infrastructure for hiring that is accessible to the mayor because that's who does that. And so we've leveraged it for our own offices, but is there any issue or is there any limits on what they can do for us and or our ability to make sure that they are there to give us that infrastructure? This, for example, there's cost involved. So for example, running a nationwide search for a position like this, I'm assuming, you would want a search firm of some sort, there's some cost involved. So just talk me through anything about, any unintended consequences we may be missing here. And I guess, again, it's for the sponsor or ledge council, and if no one has an answer, that's okay, but I'm putting it out there because I just want to make sure that we're prepared for passing, if it were to be referred.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think it's OHR, I think is also on the call, but if it's something that we take under our wing, I think it's something like anything else that we would plan for in our budget.
And we had Carla here, who had called in, asking the staff if we have an
Carla Pierce is with the employment unit of the city attorney's office, which is a little different because they would handle problems. They wouldn't necessarily, I mean, they would necessarily handle an administrative function like a search. That would be an OHR employee, not a city attorney's employee.
Yeah. I don't believe we have anyone, for OHR here, so, but to your point again, those follow-up nagging questions, before we refer something.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sawyer.
Madam President, so I think that's probably a great segue. Clearly there are questions that are left, and based on the comments of a lot of my other council members, I would like to move to re-refer this to.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Madam Secretary, or any conversation, excuse me, Councilman Kniech. Is your hand?
Thank you. I want to be clear that I probably would be ready to vote in support of this tonight, but if it's re-referred to committee, I'm committed to continuing to support and help make sure that it gets. So whichever path ends up happening, I'm very committed to working with the community and the sponsor on ensuring that this continues to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. So just hearing all of the comments and concerns by council, you know, when we do something that we put in the charter, you know, this is serious and this is where details matter. And there's a lot of details that are not, that still need some clarity and some answers. And so it's why I supported the motion of sending it back to committee so that we can do the appropriate work in the committee process and be able to thoroughly discuss what kinds of changes people would want to see made that allow us to be able to have a bill that we can all explain, that we all support, that we want to move forward to the voters. So that's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a better move than moving this forward tonight, obviously, because I agree with Councilman Kniech's earlier remarks that to have imprecision and confusion and lack of clarity on how to implement this, that for me is highly problematic.
I too much. I'm here, I'm working.
It's 8 to 11 on the corner.
8 to 11. Go about doing that.
I believe there's probably be like a projector playing.
Yeah. That would be a much worse outcome. So I'll vote no on re-referring to committee because it's just as easy to file a new bill. The other election is a year away. And as long as this comes to committee and stays on the agenda and has a robust discussion, I support the concept of us appointing the independent monitor completely. What I don't support is what was in the draft bill that implements all that. Remember when we changed the Citizen Oversight Board to have more city council appointments in the screening committee, et cetera, that I actually wanted to do an amendment that didn't have support to have the COB appointed entirely by council and not by the administration, to have each of the 13 of us appoint one member. And so I do support us appointing the independent monitor, but I don't think it's ready to go to the ballot, obviously, and re-referring it would see to that. But it's just as easy to appoint or to let it die tonight and then file a new bill as the process moves along at a much better pace. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. Just an interest, if this doesn't get re-referred to committee, I'd be interested in adding an amendment to allow for the monitor to have two appointed positions within that language. So I'll see where things go from here.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no other questions, Madam Secretary, roll call on Bill 837 being re-referred to committee.
Is there not is Councilman Torres not offering an amendment?
We have a motion already on the floor to re-refer it to committee. And
Swear.
council, oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm gonna come back out. I'm just gonna put this right.
Sawyer?
I'm just gonna my thoughts on.
Aye. Torres?
No.
Glad? Aye. Sivaka?
No.
Clark?
Oh,
Flynn?
but she has the charger, so.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Oh, where's your phone? I just picked it up.
Cashman?
Aye.
Cage? Ortega? Aye. Sandoval?
No.
Sivaka? Abstain.
Oh, she should have voted no.
Cage? Aye.
Madam President. Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
1 abstention, 3 nays, 9 ayes.
9 ayes. Council Bill 837 is re-referred to committee.
Boo.
Moving on, the next item up is Council Bill 842. Councilmember Clark, would you please put Council Bill 842 on the floor for publishing?
Yes, Madam President, I move that Council Bill 842 be ordered published.
It has been moved. Thank you for the second. Comments by members of council on Bill 842. Councilmember Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. My window went all over my screen. And I couldn't find it. What I want to say about this bill is that this presents us with a classic false dilemma. That if we don't eliminate the Denver Police Department, that must mean that we support systemic racism and oppression. Of course, that's not the case. We don't have just two choices. This proposal disrespects the broader community that has already been organizing on this issue, and it lacks any transparency. It's fundamentally flawed, as I've read the version that was given us over the weekend, both from a constitutional, legal, and practical standpoint. In the first 6 months of 2020, January through June, there were 367,550 calls for service made to and responded to by Denver police. Leaving most of those calls unanswered in a time of rising crime is simply not an option. We saw 8 individuals shot yesterday around Federal and Alameda, 2 deceased. The Denver Police Department is filled with dedicated officers who serve with integrity, and the false narrative that the only function of the police department is to harass and oppress our BIPOC communities is simply untrue. Denver police have been in the forefront of adopting progressive policies of de-escalation, alternate co-responders, and now even the non-police response to social services types of calls that some of our speakers in public comment before this meeting referred to, the Dasher and the Cahoots. We started that in June, and that was underway well before the spring protests. We've already defunded and frankly spend less money per capita and have fewer officers per capita than many cities that are behind our curve. Many have held up the example, for instance, of Camden, New Jersey, where I lived 40 years ago, as one that we should follow. In 2013, Camden completely dismantled its police department and fired every officer in chief. They reconstituted as the Camden County Police Agency and actually rehired most of the officers after going through a rigorous process. But they instituted numerous reforms, including de-escalation, strong use of force continuum, and community policing. The murder rate and the crime rate in Camden, which was the highest crime city in New Jersey at the time, and by all reports now, there's a healthy relationship between the police who now patrol in Camden and the community. And so folks have asked me, why can't we be like Camden? And my answer is, well, because we're already ahead of them. Despite all of these reforms and calls for defunding police departments, the fact is that in Camden, the police budget is more than 2.5 times that of Denver on a per capita basis. And they have 5.5 police officers per 1,000 residents compared to Denver's 2.1 officers per 1,000. Many of the emails we've been receiving have said that Denver spends $588 million on policing, but only $7.7 million on social safety net programs. I don't know who wrote that canned email that we were getting many copies of, but I'd be very concerned myself if that were imbalance were true, but it isn't. Our police budget is $254 million, and Denver right now this year is investing more than $400 million in social safety net programs. Even counting the sheriff's $151 million budget is not nearly as necessary.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't sign up in advance, but the thing's on the docket right, like late, it's probably the last thing before 10. I just wanted to ask because.
Policing, and my answer is we already have. And we already have defunded from police for extensive civilianization, such things as crash reporting technicians and other duties that are required in the city but do not require a sworn officer. I believe that's why we spend less per capita than cities like Camden, but a lot of great examples. I look forward to working with the entire community on this continuing effort, but I cannot support a last-minute, ill-conceived, and legally questionable proposal that hijacks the broader community's work already underway. This proposal completely lacks transparency and engagement, and the manner, frankly, in which it was brought to us is a clear indication that it wasn't even meant to be taken at face value, but as political theater, meant to continue the false dilemma narrative by claiming we're against reform if we don't choose this. To many in the public, all across the political spectrum, all persuasions, frankly, this body already looks like a clown circus car pulling up. And if we hope to salvage any shred of credibility that might still be stirring, we have to say no. There are others who want to be at the table to help shape this future. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hurlbut.
Madam President, I don't have any comments right now.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue to make comments, Councilwoman Zedavaka.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to respond to that and kind of explain to you a little bit about this and where it came from. Councilman Flynn is right. This body does look like a clown circus. We often do things very backwards. We're unresponsive to the needs of our citizens, and then they get frustrated and they make citizen-led ballot initiatives. Then we campaign against them like we did with 300 because they weren't good policy, because somebody like us didn't write them. And then we let the people tell us that we want them, they vote, they support it, like the green groups, it passes, and then we still change it. We wait until initiatives are on the ballot, and then we decide we want to help, just because we want to say, once we see it gets enough signatures to get on the ballot, like Democracy for the People initiative. And then we still tell people that we want them to participate and expect them to believe it. We've had unprecedented engagement on this proposed bill, and no, the engagement did not conform to our standards. It was not on your terms, and to be frank, nothing has been traditional in 2020. For months, we've had protests, riots, marches, thousands of emails, multiple petitions, hours of testimony. We've had community meetings. All of those broader community meetings, I think that Councilman Flynn is referring to, I was at. Community vigils, council meetings, council briefings, council letters, and even passed a proclamation declaring racism a public health crisis. We've worn the BLM masks. We've shared public condolences and moments of silences for lives lost. We've told rooms full of hundreds of community members that we hear them and we want to do something. We've told them that they need to participate not just in the protests, but in changing the policies and laws that are at the root of their strife. And then we told them that we wouldn't listen to them. We shut the doors on them on June 1st and June 29th before we recalibrated how we would allow them to engage. We told them that for the public's protection, it would no longer be safe to be in physical space together. We left them hanging and only then offered up more one-ended listening sessions
where we ask them to continue repeating themselves without engagement from us. Hours of this, days of this, their pleas and our continued silence. Against tonight, we have nearly 100 people in this room, in these chambers, and I sit up here amongst a crowd this big by myself for the third time. While some of us chose to continue our business from home, I chose to stay with these people. The people we were elected to represent, in solidarity with them as they participated at unprecedented levels in our alleged democratic process. Tonight, there was a point where we had over 300 people on this call. We've agreed as a body to put aside our personal positions to empower the voters to decide on taxes that disproportionately impact the poor, who are largely non-voters, on dog permits, on structural changes for the heads of every agency, and for structural changes to give council powers we need. We've done this all at the request of council sponsors of these bills who may or may not have sufficiently engaged communities that we think are important and necessary. None of the thousands of people who've contacted us about defunding or abolishing the police had to have been included in any of those other stakeholder processes for those processes to be considered valid. I personally did not feel like members of my community were engaged in any of those processes, but does that mean I'll deprive all of the voters the ultimate engagement of voting yes or no on them for themselves? Of course not. I personally do not support most of them, but would I try to stop community from having one of the few real opportunities that they get to decide for themselves? Of course not. Democracy is the point. Giving the people the most decision-making authority over changes that impact them is our goal. It's supposed to be. We don't have to believe that something should or will pass to give people the opportunity to decide. In fact, most of you believe that most of the voters want our current police force as it is. Well, then you should be confident that the voters will not vote on this measure. Test out your bias and your beliefs and let the voters tell us. Let the chips fall where they may. We have an opportunity here to help craft this. It's going to be on a ballot either in November or after, with or without us. That's the right that our citizens have. But we have an opportunity to give it the attention it warrants to make it better now. Or do we want to wait and fight it and critique it later when we force the citizens to take another path and perhaps make an even more sweeping structural change to the Constitution? What does this bill do? It does one thing. You're right. We don't have to believe that we have to abolish the police. Nobody is saying that there shouldn't be people responding to emergency calls. What we're saying is that we recognize there are only 2 agencies in this city, and this one the most, that have the protections in our source document that the police have. What we're saying is that reforms don't work because we haven't created the accountability mechanism. The fox is guarding the henhouse at every juncture. And when we make a reform, you can have all 8 of the 8, can't wait till 8, and still have a city that is murdering and brutalizing Black and brown people. What this bill does is it erases the paragraph, the one paragraph in our charter that gives police their existence. And what that does, just by the sheer strikeout, is it disconnects all of the other links, all of the other walls of protection around this fortress of DPD fall down and allow us to start over and decide how we want to protect the people and not that institution. Please don't weaponize process after declaring a state of emergency and proclaiming a directly related public health crisis. We've allowed numerous bills to be direct filed over the last 5 months. Bills we had 1 weekend to respond to that impacted the entire city during the most dangerous moments of our existence. Our actions and inactions this year have put people out of businesses, out of homes, have killed and hurt people. Allowing the people to vote is not a sweeping change. Allowing them to vote is letting them tell us if they're ready to make a sweeping change. It may or may not succeed, and the weight of this moment should be carried by all of us. not just us scrambling to spin every request for information from the police as a meaningful step of action. Let the people carry the weight of this moment too. We can't make the changes we're being asked to make alone, and we can't make the changes we're being asked to make without the charter changing this way anyway. There's no other city department with such detailed protections, pay guarantees, discipline policies spelled out in a source document. To not acknowledge that is how since our founding we baked in structural violence and racism into our core identity, and that is what is truly reckless and irresponsible. Please give this response to community cries its place on our ballot and let our city decide for themselves. They're intelligent and capable of determining themselves if this is too big of a change. We can't gatekeep the right to participate meaningfully. We can't dictate what participation looks like, and we can't demand that it is only to happen on our terms. To ignore what the people have asked for is what is truly reckless. To say that there's been no engagement is indeed ignoring the people. I'm specifically asking those of you who are putting questions on the ballot this November. Clark, Ortega, Sawyer, Kanish, Herndon, show the people the same courtesy as we've shown you. Let this go to the ballot and let the people speak. The new reality is masks, but these masks are not muzzles and we can't keep treating them as such.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Up next, we have Councilman Hines.
Thank you, Madam President. We are at a pivotal time in our history. We have a reawakening of the civil rights movement. Don't get me wrong, for me, this movement has constantly and consistently moved forward, but in 2020, that awareness has spread to the public consciousness and has received broad support. In 2020, we're seeing changes in rules of police engagement, including here in Denver. We're seeing new laws strengthening accountability for our public safety, including Senate Bill 217 here in Colorado. I'm proud to say that I personally testified in support of 217, the state legislature, and I'm proud of our state legislative counterparts who worked hard and worked with one another to create a bill with strong bipartisan support. I asked myself, what would Mom do? As in, Mom would move our money from places that don't make sense to places that do. So let's set our system up for success by creating a place outside of public safety where we have addiction, mental health, and social work professionals to train to respond to those particular needs. Let's move our money, including the $690K that in tonight's Bill 200759 as just a start, to this place which supports people instead of incarcerates them. My numerous conversations and my process include members of public safety, Denver's public safety, and in conversations with them, they too want change. They don't want to be put in a situation where they are required to continue to respond to things that aren't their wheelhouse, aren't their training, aren't their profession. And I think that is a conversation that we should look at. I'm sad that we didn't get a bill to look at because I've been doing a lot of research about this topic and I would love to have incorporated it into a bill. Who knows? Maybe we could make the bill stronger than it already theoretically is, and maybe we could engage our colleagues to find something that works for the body and for everyone in Denver. But I would say I can't make legislative decisions on a Word document. I have to make a decision based on an actual bill that changes actual language. And so I also would say that all the people who wrote into us, they did so on a theory, on a proposal in theory and not on an actual bill. I'm definitely
It's right at the front yard though.
Again, paraphrasing Hamilton, makes it easy for me to say
It literally just stopped right as he like looked over. There's like 3 or 4 of them going out the there.
Oh, like right around the Capitol?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Ortega.
Madam President, I wanted to ask if Murphy is still connected. Murphy, are you around?
We can probably get him back up in the queue.
Okay, I want to ask him a question because I can't remember if it was a committee meeting or a mayor council meeting where we talked about a structure that is being put together. And I have questions about who community was, because community is very broad in our city. We're diverse in age, we're diverse in socioeconomic demographics. And so I know Councilwoman Sedebaka, you have a constituency of people you deal with. I've heard from a lot of residents that live in your district in lower downtown and other areas who called in expressing some concerns. So I just wanted to ask Murphy, what is the status of a committee that is being formed to give direction and recommendations on proposed changes to the budget for safety? And, I don't think we should just limit it to the police department. I mean, you and I had a conversation today about the public safety cadet program that I think should only be for Denver kids. We paid 4 years for an education for kids that are not living in Denver. And these are kids that didn't grow up in Denver. And I think that is a program that should be isolated to Denver kids. So, help me understand kind of where we're at in this process as we start talking about where we go in making some structural changes that have been part of these larger, this larger discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ortega and Madam President, members of council. We are working.
Could you just remind us your role?
I sure can. Murphy F. Robinson III. I am the Department of Safety Executive Director. And in terms of the committee that's being formed, it is a community-led committee. To give history, I started out through the conversations, through my engagement with the community members during protest and everything else. I started out formulating community set by my office when I was informed by council members as well as other community stakeholders that they would like it to be a community-led effort. And so
some of us were not part of that conversation, so that's part of why I'm asking the question, because there were some people involved and a lot of us had no voice in that conversation.
Sure. Well, I was asked to hold off and allow the community to lead this effort. And so that's what I agreed to. We agreed to fund a facilitator for this. The COB, the Citizen Oversight Board, as well as the
Sun Pizza, 1431 Bannock Street, room 451.
Getting that facilitator in place now. And I believe they're working diligently. There's been a number of community meetings, there's been some things that have come out of that. But I'm also
I guess I was wrong. We're gonna be there for a long time.
Short-term wins as well.
No, we can come and go until the meeting's over.
Who is on that committee? I haven't seen that.
I just went outside and had a little pokololo and come back in.
And again, it's a community-led committee, and so the best person to talk to is the COB.
Okay, happy to reach out. I guess the last thing that I will say is that it feels like we're creating a movement of trying to bully us into how we should be voting on some of these bills. And I think that is totally inappropriate for how we should govern in this city. And I have a lot of respect for Councilwoman Sedebaka. We've worked together on many issues. We're working on a lot of overlapping conversations around National Western and some of the issues in her district, which is part of my own district that I represented for many years and have long relationships with people in that district. But for this particular bill tonight to have been filed without any discussion at all in our committee process and having some input and details of what we would put on the ballot that would make decisions for our city for years into the future is just irresponsible for the way that we are expected to govern. And I get that we're all hearing a lot from different people in our community, and this isn't to discount that input. I think we have all listened, we have heard that input. I think a lot of us are talking about what kind of structural changes that we want to see happen. But to do it at what feels like a last minute push is just not fair to colleagues who all, I mean, we do this with our agencies. We expect them to do their homework and to, give us time to look at the things that they're asking us to look at. Great Hall, big example. We could talk about numerous examples, but this is no different than the same courtesy that we expect our agencies and the mayor's office to give us when they're asking us to look at something, particularly something that is so broad sweeping that makes such a difference in how our community
There's probably
will
more money in there if we
operate
sought after
moving
it.
forward. And it warrants further discussion, lots of different people at the table to make a final decision about what should be put on the ballot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sandoval?
Thank you, Madam President. So I spoke today with the woman who was putting this forward. I think her name is Katie, is that correct, Councilwoman Sitabaca? Candy?
Councilwoman Sandoval?
There's actually a pretty large coalition that has been involved in putting this forward. They collected over 5,000 pieces of input from community across every single district in this city. So the heads, yes, Rue, Johnson, and Katie Leonard are here to speak if you have questions as well. They tried to also meet with all of you.
Yes, so thank you. I met with Katie today and I discussed my concern about being able to read this bill over the weekend. That it was, to Councilman Time's point, it was not even put in Legistar, it was a Word document with whereas. And so for me, I asked questions such as what kind of outreach has been done, similar to I ask everybody, what kind of outreach has been done and who have they met with? And why could this not have been a citizen initiative ballot initiative? And I understand it's during COVID and collecting signatures are super challenging. I understand that because I collected signatures for Lalaca Park and I had to figure out a way how to do it in a safe and meaningful fashion so that people could go and sign the petition because it had to be in person. Yet, at the same time, in Council District 1, although maybe some of this has been reached out to the council district, I have received overwhelming phone calls and emails of people who were
$53.
Thank you.
Talk to that person.
Let's get it ordered real quick first, so I get to it.
Communication, and so we're working on something that, well, the city planning member, the community planning development is working on.
Sexy pizza?
Oh, request David to deliver the pizza.
Okay. Yeah, I have a veggie that has mozzarella. I can have a gluten-free crust and have the mozzarella pulled off of it. But they don't have a vegan specific option. They have a vegetarian option. I don't know if that would make it.
We can kind of look over Papa John's and see the sauce.
Sauce.
I mean the
Mozzarella.
pizza.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all, let me get my info in and then I'll pull up what I have ordered.
Their veggie pizza is so good.
Yeah, I think we probably should do like $100 worth.
I got like 6 pizzas or 5.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds like delicious.
As somebody who was born and raised in Northwest Denver and lived through the 93 year violence, which I'm sure Candy, you remember as well. It was horrific. It was awful. I lost tons of friends in that summer. And it's no laughing matter.
Oh,
And what's going
I,
on now
she
is
said
no
all
laughing matter as well.
all
And
respect
so
that
it's
day
so
that she was
challenging
texting us
to
when I
make
was
sure
talking
that
about their
we're
family.
keeping the
Okay,
robust
you are live, just so that you remember.
make sure people are engaged. Kids are concerned about the environment, people are concerned about the COVID, people are concerned about unemployment, people are concerned about the police of
Make sure they
the
send
whole
plates.
uprising of civil
I
rights
don't think there's 100
movement that has
people inside city
been
council
going on
chambers. As a
this
special
whole
incentive.
entire summer. And I feel bad that I was not part of the process. I was
If they
reached
have
out
an
to
extra,
last
they know it's
Thursday,
an
I checked
extra
my
or something,
emails
they
and
want to
figured
go
out
to
that she had
liquid.
two emails, so maybe there was another time that she reached out to my office. And if she did, I'm sorry. But I cannot fully support this moving forward when so many of my constituents who I feel like would have, I'm not the smartest person in the room. I know that. I know that there are tons of people in my community that are super smart and that take this serious and actually really do want to be informed. And so I need to vet things through them. I don't think it's all about me and what I can direct file and making it a conflict between us and up here. Because Councilwoman Sitawaki, you make it feel like it's us versus you. And I'm telling you it's not. I support a lot of your initiatives. I support a lot of things that are going on. But it's the same violence that is happening in our community. It's black on black, it's brown on brown. And we have women on this council and we have 5 Latinas who come together and work together instead of trying to work in silos. We can actually
He did not just say that! You did not just say that! Whoa, what just happened, man? Whoa, I just missed it! Yo, what's going on here?
Madam President, I'll be quick because a lot of people are supporting it. I've heard from a number of District 3 residents. Saying that they got
Sorry.
Having service, not with the police, we continue on black on black.
Okay, we got like 6 or 7 pizzas ordered coming.
Fuck that
So we're like up $70 almost.
There's no mention of equity standards.
It's black on black, brown on brown.
And this process has been hired for, which I still even struggle with trying to figure out, when we do it, from which part of the safety budget and to where it goes. They've been asking for diverting funds.
Large barbecue, large barbecue,
And then potentially adding additional funding on top of that, for whatever that department may need. It's just too nebulous. If a citizen initiative, wanted to put this forward, they should have, but they're gonna get extra.
Yeah, maybe 2. Because,
We need 7 of them to push it forward.
40,
Go
50,
for those
60,
8,725.
85, 66, right, 88. How much you had there?
that was like 100.
And that's what makes, citizen benefit.
Yeah, there's a couple people that want to catch it up.
Colorado.
So maybe 1 cheese pizza?
Residents to do, so, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Councilman Flynn.
I said this 2 hours ago, and now we're thinking about it. I just wanted you to see this one.
I'm surprised.
They haven't even recessed for public comment
That's what I was
on the
saying.
public issues that are being voted on tonight.
Yeah.
Like the $10 lease for homeland for low income housing.
Yeah.
I noticed that,
Oh,
the bill has no attestation from
Yeah,
the
no, I
CAO,
was
from
like,
city
oh, I'll
attorney's
just
office,
run my car.
that, that this has been reviewed and approved as,
like, nope.
true to form. And that's
That's
generally
glad we did
required,
that.
some of
Did
it,
they open?
we can vote on this.
They were gonna not let people in, and I was like, no, that's not okay.
Usually when a council bill comes to us.
Who am I supposed to order to do it there?
Huh?
Yeah, it's working on it. Is with the.
Is that the case? 'Cause I don't see.
You just have your giant piece of pizza there.
So legislative council, I just wanna, kind of set one point of the record straight. One of the reasons I punted to John Griffin tonight is he's spent an extraordinary amount of time
Okay. I could probably prevent most of this, but
We take our job extremely seriously, we're very hardworking. We have a conversation
Yes,
with looking for some.
No, I
kind of
did. Did you-
time.
oh, no, I get 10.
Yes, you
I
did.
get 10
We go back on a late Friday night.
How much is it?
About
200?
policy, given that the bill came in
How many?
very late on Wednesday afternoon and we were trying to
$20
ask
a
questions
piece.
about where it might though.
Yeah.
But I just want you all to know that our job is much more than
Well,
just.
you
giving
if you give me back the 10, I'll give you 20.
Because our ethical obligations, like, got really murky.
So yeah, rush through it real quick, we got a barbecue chicken, a buffalo
Right,
chicken,
there,
a
thank you.
steaker, 8 burgers, a beer,
Because I think because the vegan cheese costs a little bit.
So all I did for that veggie, I'm not sure about the crust, is I just took off the mozzarella on the veggie and added vegan cheese.
That's fine. No, I'm just saying I needed to pay more because
Oh.
I mean,
Have grades, and so we. So we just ended up taking that signature back up, but that does not mean that it cannot go to council. We just have an ethical obligation to fulfill those.
88.
Thank you. I think the biggest.
How much you guys need now?
Excuse me, is,
80 out of
well, there's several.
150.
One is the very late nature of it. The failure of.
Yeah, we got, yeah.
Hey, what's the Venmo? Venmo, please.
Prove it as.
she said that she's afraid because of
Always.
Carrie, if she's afraid because of black on black.
She said she's not concerned with police violence, she's more concerned with black on black. But not understanding that you are the same
The personal talk of the president is very hard. You don't present your mind in the day, and we require a lot of energy. And this country bred us to be a lot of energy. And so then you need to hop off that. I mean, she needs to hold her. The stuff don't even really say on her. That's why we eat a little bit, we eat a lot. That's why we gain weight to it a little bit because our bodies are raised to do a little, but do a whole lot. That's what our athletes look like. That's why we send us all out on the Olympics. Right, exactly. And I mean, look, I'm a fool because I've been doing this for years. Right. The thing is, I'm married to work. Nurse my child, nurse yours,
It is a $40
and they're always tired. I don't know, I'm not good at putting things, typing things. Is there an app for that? I can't type your shit, but I can talk. Grammarly, is that possible? You know, at this point.
It's free to an extent, like, they let you use the service for free.
I need to have a teacher. I got you. We should have to lose her right.
If you wanna send something my way, I can work with
She gonna lose her job.
You don't need to be in that position if that's how you.
That's what she just said. That's what she just said. Because she low on blood sugar.
Girl. I'm gonna go back inside though, but if you need something.
Yeah, because I need to have a.
I got you. Yeah, let's make it work.
So I know there's a council meeting going on in my live stream, but I just want you to know that we don't really give a fuck about that. We're having pizzas delivered to the city council.
When we expanded the COB, when we created the Affordable Housing Fund, the Eviction Defense Fund, or the Immigration Defense Fund. There is no doubt we've got a tremendous amount of work to create a city where equity is more than a watchword. I think it is entirely appropriate to take a look at how Denver has been policed, is being policed, with an eye toward ensuring that we're maximizing every dollar spent toward creating a city that's truly safe for all Denver residents and businesses. Inequities have existed that need to be corrected, and I look forward to the discussion that will be coming forth in the next couple of months. It is simply my experience in the 5 years I've been on council is that we create better policy when 13 council members are working together on it. And take time to be sure that people understand all the nuances, when all voices are heard, and when we come up with a solid policy. I can't support the bill that's being put forward today. It is a passionate representation of one side of a very complex issue. I would not be surprised if down the road, if elements of it were incorporated in whatever policy comes about. But I just need to leave that I have great respect.
They answer to the
for all
mayor.
13
That's it.
members of the Denver City Council.
They're taking all his
and all
notes.
the
That's
people
it.
that work with us. And I think if we have it in our ability to create
Get more, they're talking
substantive
points.
change. And I look forward to being part of that discussion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. And Councilwoman Sederbaka, since we started out with you, we're going to go to Councilwoman Kane.
Thank you, Madam President. Is my audio working okay?
Go ahead.
So I guess I'll pick up maybe where Councilman Cashman set off, because I think that a fair question is, if not this proposal, then what is the next step? And I think that, we have had an enormous, Councilwoman Sederbaka herself mentioned the enormous number of things folks are dealing with. Homelessness has been a major priority and challenge for council members in all different ways, in all different aspects. There have been others as well in terms of virus response and certainly housing and other issues that have been at the crisis level. So the question that I thought about over the last few days is, I asked folks to support the idea of the free relay task force, and I continue to hope that that path will bear fruit. And I, believe that they have good intentions and hopefully will be able to proceed. I do think we need an update from them, and I've requested that update, and I know others have as well. But I do think that, now that we are a little further along, I do think that it's important that we have a parallel work plan to complement and go along with a community-led task force. And so one of the conversations that I think it's time for us to have is the idea of some expert support. I've been, spending a lot of time with my counterparts in other cities. Austin recently had a very thoughtful, specific plan that involved transitions, it involved milestones, some of the details that I've heard some of the prior speakers tonight raise that are not, they do not feel are in this proposal. So, reading the math on the wall, it does not look like this is going to be referred to the voters, but I don't believe that that is the end of the discussion. So I think one thing people are craving is what is the next step, and I think that the next step for this body might be getting some expert support to help guide that. In the absence of one sponsor who's able to pretty much spend all their time on this, which frankly is how it's been done in other cities. It's been a sponsor who frankly can drop everything else, and they spend 6 hours a day with a whiteboard and millions of meetings, and they lead and develop a very detailed proposal, and that's been hard. We've got a lot of needs in all of our communities that we're also responding to. So I think that expert help can help to fill this gap, and I don't think that it has to be separate from. I think if we have some experts, Vera Institute and dozens of other think tanks have done analysis of police budgets, they could come in and look at ours. In Austin, they looked at pieces that could be unplugged and moved. There's questions of which things could or should be defunded and replaced with other things that need to be funded. Some things have a timeline. What does training look like? I think I've mentioned in our committee of the whole that I think we could get much more serious about the categories, right? There's an independent oversight category, there's a training category, there is a category involving actual police services. Those are different and they require some different policy analysis in each of them. And I do think, frankly, that having some professional support of, a very strong research partner that can help us and then create a focal point for us to work as a committee of the whole. Because I hear that in the comments of my colleagues who spoke before, this desire for everybody to be at the table versus one sponsor who, is going to figure out all these details, in the depth. And so I think that if we were, and I've talked a little bit to some of you about this, I know I reached out to Council President Gilmore, so if she would like to chime in, that may be helpful. But I think that, if we were to commit to having a serious conversation about that and getting that expertise, I think that would help me, for example, with the budget analysis. I've been struggling to get my arms around some of those line items that are not always as evident. And so there may be other documents, whether it's CAFRs or whether it's, detailed expense reports, there may be more documents we need experts to pour through. And I don't think we have the capacity in our central staff and our council offices to do that. Other cities have certainly relied on some specialized support to do this, and I don't think there's, and then my hope would be we could be sharing that information simultaneously with the community task force, and we can continue to have iterative conversations where if ideas come up from one table, they can be shared with the others, as well as with folks who are maybe not at that table, council members who've been working with folks behind this proposal tonight. So I do think it's time to think about a more robust, specific path for us to build our capacity to get to the specificity that everyone's craving. So that's my kind of thought about where we would go from here, and I'm open to thoughts from colleagues about that. But thank you for your consideration, Madam President, of this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Knight. Councilwoman Sederbaco, we have you back up in the.
Just to add just a couple of comments. The ballot question itself actually accommodates for that community process and experts. I think we're talking about two different things here, and there's the charter piece of this and the ordinance piece of this and the department piece of this. And what we're looking at is a ballot question to enable this conversation in a real way. Right now, we've got a collective bargaining agreement coming to us that has a police salary increase in year 2. And that is in direct conflict with what we're being asked to do. But what can we do about the collective bargaining agreement? That's in charter. And so the point of this is, if you look at it like a game of Jenga, the source document is that brick on the bottom. If you pull it out, all of the rest of it falls down. And that is what we have spent years and years trying to do, not knowing what button to push, not knowing which brick to pull. And this single paragraph is that brick. And while, yes, it is a huge thing, we're undoing generations of systemic oppression. And so it should be a good thing, and we should be taking it on when we have an entire community behind us that's willing to run with it. I think it's perhaps a little elitist to think that there's expertise outside of us. You all didn't even hear the second hearing to find out who's been a part of it. And we created barriers for people to participate in democracy the way that they should have. When we run a citizen-led ballot initiative, who are the hearing, who hosts the hearings? Who is the first person that they go to? Right here, City Council, the Executive Director of City Council. They come to us for a hearing. When people tried that, guess where we were? Not here. Guess where there's contact information for an Executive Director of City Council? Not here. Guess what happened when they sent emails to every single one of your offices, including the Department of Safety's office? They got brushed off. They didn't get met with. And so we've got some major issues, and we have to hold ourselves accountable for those things, because we've made a lot of missteps this year, and we're not taking any responsibility for that. And we expect the whole city to give us grace, and we're not willing to reciprocate. And so for this ballot question here, like I said earlier, the people are going to figure out how to get it on a ballot coming soon, whether or not it's the November ballot. But there's also going to be ballots with your names on them that they're going to remember. Challenged your community, your constituents to step up to the plate, to go above and beyond, to work harder, to bring their expertise to the table for free, and we're slapping them in the face for having
started to work together to outline our values, to work together on behalf of citizens of Denver. And we are not a circus. We are not a joke.
That's the joke, right?
Right?
That's their job. We can
Do better.
unprecedented time, and I know unprecedented time is overused, but the entire script has been flipped on us. With COVID, with the economy, with Black Lives Matter.
If it's too hard.
There's no manager for me to talk to. This is just the world, Karen.
Oh,
my.
just wait for it.
Because they need somebody to talk to, because they feel unheard, because they need support. We are there 24/7. There's a lot of things.
That's bullshit.
For our
Make these logical fallacies all day long.
I hear it and I see it day in and day out. So I would ask that we stop being so hard on each other.
What is this? What is this? Because we're not listening to anything anyone just said in that fucking comment. Just no attack. I'm oppressed.
And the answer was, denying us would not have been good.
Denying the
Preventing a duly elected council member from trying to pass legislation, I think he did outside my role as president. And what I want to clear about is, one, there has never been a council member who is blocked from bringing a proposal or legislation forward to committee. There are scheduled considerations, but blocked, no, never. And at this point, the way in which we come forward, I hope process, I hope administratively, so that these, we're already done that, we have a courtesy public hearing, because that's my job, is to facilitate that customer service to my fellow colleagues, depending on, not depending, independent. If I'm for the legislation or I am against the legislation, I am neutral in that part. My community, for many of them, don't have the means to get downtown to the city and county buildings. I represent the state, over 65,000 residents.
medical marijuana. That would be too easy. Then they have to stop beating these times. God forbid. Right?
Next time, I got a ton of signs. I wasn't prepared. I was in Japanese when I got that email. I think I'm the one.
Okay.
I love you so much.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You try. Oh yeah, no, we. Okay.
But that was some bullshit.
That entire thing was bullshit. That whole thing decided like at least for one of those doesn't seem a little coordinated, did it not?
Well, they're just taking their orders from the mayor, who like totally told them like what to say.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm finally gonna have to pull out my thing where I tell Torres I'm disappointed that I voted for her because I didn't think Hines would be more progressive than she is.
No,
Do you guys want me to-
And Hines is
This
still
is
being a
live.
disappointment too. He's a disappointment too.
This is live. Do you want it to be live or?
I will.
I just don't want to add something.
What? Oh, because
just getting started.
That's my representative. That is my representative. So no, I don't have to because I know the one person on city council that's representing my
I just don't think I represent District 3 the best. So. Simon sort of does.
It makes you feel like better, honestly.
My battery's dying. So are they in recess?
Yeah, recess.
So is the person out here to get us signed up for comments on the issues?
I think there's a pad over there.
A pad.
Is that it right here? Are we signed up for comment? Because are they going to talk about the arbitrators tonight? I would love to. I would love to. Huh? I want to sign up for comment for the zoning stuff. If possible.
Until you're fighting out in the front office there.
Okay, right.
It seems like you're swimming in sludge here. I know, shame on them, seriously.
I have your dinner, it's probably cold. Carrie said you wouldn't want it earlier, so. But I got you
We got people outside.
Do we have like public to be heard or something? Just an update, which is that they told people they could leave and come back in, and now they're not letting people back in. Yeah. So.
What I told them is to ask for someone in that room to tell them how to do the citizen-led ballot initiative, because that's the one that they went to, that's supposed to know that they know what to tell them.
Okay.
So, record it too.
Yes. Thank you. There was 30 minutes. No.
Yes, we're all good. Thank you. I got you, thank you. You need anything? You need anything? Huh? Okay, here. No.
We are, just a peaceful mob until they don't get fed or access to the council. People's house, you know how it is. Well, the reality is that it's supposed to be the staff policy. But here's how I know how staff policy will work. The rules are that if it's a clear medical marijuana and a call about the police to see this kind of vendor, if you have a medical marijuana license, I've had that happen. The general services walk me into the jail to tell you your fellow workers. Yeah, but it's in public, it's supposed to have citizens. It's your medication. I know how it works. I got the email. I got the email from the city attorney.
So I guess we've all decided that being here is a farce and we're not gonna waste our time with it. Is it just right?
Oh, that is, yeah, that's it. So
That's plastic.
I
Okay.
don't know where it's from, maybe close the building.
Okay, so maybe we should wait here until we get all those feet on the see. Let's see. What's that?
We can do.
So we're still gonna support this, it's still over tomorrow. And they have to do the duration. So if you want to come back in there, they'll have to come back. I mean, it's still open. So they have to turn this over, they're like, order pizzas and all that stuff, so that's it. Yeah, she just told us that they're going to go to 12. Yeah, so,
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it all got fucked up. They're gone. I gotta pack and go though, huh? So we're gonna pack and go?
Yeah, they left.
That
the
means we
seats
gotta get
outside.
that, we gotta get all that bag right there rolled up.
They got the seats outside.
Yes, they do.
Did they know not to eat the vegan?
No, they're still in session.
Cause they saying candy left.
Yeah, but I just want everybody to realize that they fucked up and that council's still in session.
Yeah, no, did they, I'm just making sure, did you make sure they didn't still eat the vegan?
Go, they took it all out, I'll get out there, sorry about that.
No, and they left because Candy's gone, but they fucked up because council's still in session.
Yep. Can I help you carry anything out?
This bag of water,
Yes, sir.
not mine. I got enough in my hands.
Will be submitted to the official record of the hearing. Tonight, we have 15 individuals signed up to speak. We will start with our first speaker, Bruce O'Donnell.
So these damn fools all ran out of the building because Candy Cedabaca left. They didn't want to deal with keeping the council building open.
Thank you, members of council. I'm Bruce O'Donnell, and I'm the owner's representative for this applicant rezoning, and I reside at 386 Emerson Street in Denver. We originally were scheduled to come before you on April 6th, and this is our 4th attempt, so we're delighted to be in front of council this evening. Quick recap of the process: we've had extensive community engagement and public outreach. We did, at Councilman Cedabaca's request, a hearing to all the neighbors within 200 feet. We held an open house in October. At that open house, we had 15 guests sign a petition.
You know they're not kicking us out. Everybody ran out the door because the councilwoman left, not recognizing that there was still a event in session.
The M2X zoning district that we've applied for, and we presented to the general meeting of the CP.
So anyway, everybody's leaving, so I'm gonna leave two. I'm the last one in the building. So this thing's still running, but everybody ran away. So we're gonna run away too. Because it's the only logical thing to do. Since they're fucking this shit up, I'm gonna roll. All right, we'll talk to you later.